Wouldn't be a stream without poop talk. I don't know what this game is. It's new, I think. I want to make a spreadsheet of all the interviews. I'm spreadsheeting all the interviews so I can keep track of which ones I've watched.
Hello.
Got a lot of this stuff to sift through.
So,
Give it an hour. When my camera decides to give up.
Marcos PLS.
Hey, thanks for the 21 Prime beef. Well, I had an episode with them. Dude, where the fuck is the Ziz interview? I can't find it. Oh, found it.
Hi. Ghazi to
Hmm. Alright, I think I'm getting to the end of the list here. I don't know. Is there any other ones? Who else has done them? Okay, I'm reaching the end of the road here, I think. Where's mine? I don't know, I could do it if I wanted to. I feel like at this point there's been so many interviews that it's just basically content farming. I don't know. I mean, I'll watch all of these. If there's any questions that weren't answered, I can ask it when I go there this weekend. But, dude, what the fuck is not covered at this point? I'll just ask him about the 7-second DC timer. That's what I'll ask. A minion word count.
Gazia to start.
Yeah, I think this is all of the recent ones anyways. Am I missing anybody? I think they're on the, I think they're pretty clear about campaign skip. Like, I kind of agree. I think campaign skip is cheap. I don't like campaign skip.
Yeah, we need to.
That's an old one. Oh, there's a Riker one? Why is it so hard to find these interviews? It should not be this difficult. YouTube's search engine is slacking. Holy. Dude, I search up Ziz PoE2 interview and the first video isn't even him. Yeah, it's someone reacting to his interview. You don't need a campaign skip. The campaigns and shit to play through. Like I've made 20 last email characters and care less about last email's campaign to blast through. That's just because you've done it 20 times instead of 200. Last Epoch's campaign is worse, it's just shorter. It is just 50% shorter, that's it. Quality is a little bit worse. I wouldn't say it's a ton worse, but I'd say it's probably like 20% worse. The difference is it's 2 hours instead of 4 if you're fast. Holy shit, a 105 watch streak. It's shorter, it's wider. How many PoE1 maps would tighten their corridors? They're a bitch and a half and navigate the rooftop sewers, the tunnels, the maze. Like, have you actually played through the Last Epoch campaign? It has some of the worst and awful backtracking zones I've ever seen in any game ever. Like, some of the zones are just like, wow, I cannot believe somebody sat down and designed this and thought it was fun. It's like, literally, if you just hold left click, it's 3 minutes of walking. If you just left click through all the monsters, it's like 3 minutes. That is insane. That's like walking the entire GTA 5 map. I'm pretty sure it's just because you're not burned out of Last Epochs, it's new. But oh, there's some really bad fucking zones in Last Epoch. The hell you just say to me, Spotify? I mean, you're only saying it's far worse because it's longer. I have 17. I mean, sure, if you just want a campaign skip, the longer it is, the worse it is. No, I'm not in the Beef Guild anymore. Yeah, so you're not talking about if it's actually better. You just think you're just saying it's better because it's shorter. You're saying you just want to get the end game. It's not the same thing as saying one's better or worse. I hope in PoE 2 they make it good to play and not just a run-through campaign. Some of the PoE 1 maps are shit, some of the Last Epoch maps are shit. One's just shorter than the other. Neither are good. One's just shorter. Okay, so you're just saying you want it to be shorter, not better. Have I missed anything? Stream watchers, is there any interviews that I've missed? Preach, Bay Class Crip, Joe, Ziz, Gazzy, DM, PC Gamer, Crip, the Gamer, Ziz. Last Epoch monoliths are all short. They're either insanely short or insanely long. Did Quinn sit down with them at ExileCon or something? I don't see a video. I mean, I know he did it the first one. Did he do it the second? No. I don't know. I'm gonna write down all the questions. Probably. I guess I can write down the answers too and pick out the big ones. I don't know. I'm mainly doing this to see if any important questions have not been asked, so when I go there this weekend, I can ask. But I've got to imagine everything mostly has been asked at this point. know, Target Cat had real life stuff or something. I don't know. I think the ideal campaign is like a seamless transition between campaign and endgame, where the campaign feels like the endgame. I hope they do something like that. I mean, I don't know. That'd be pretty cool though. Alright. Well, Diablo 4 doesn't feel like that. Diablo 4 feels like you one-shot everything and occasionally a rock falls on your head from a dungeon and you get stunned, or you step on a bear trap. PoE 2 is 100% gonna feel Souls-like, like in a way. Like, not really Souls-like, but yeah, you're not gonna like it, from what I'm hearing. I'd say it's a 90% chance you do not like it. Alright, how do I sort this shit? PoE 2 dodge isn't a real dodge? You mean like iframes? No. Is PoE worth playing if you don't like Gamba? Yes. How do you do? Sort range, short sheet. No. Well. Oh. Wait, is that? That was
Yeah, we
from
need to make the game plan.
2019. Why the fuck does it keep changing it? Wait, that's not it. Oh no. It's out of order now. Shit. If I go like this. Okay, looks right. Wait. But that's not 224. Holy shit. They are all dates. Oh, it sure looks like a date to me. Well, it's staying unsorted. I think basically every creator got invited, yes. Other than the brand risks. Jung and Cute Dog and Route 2. Alright. The engine update? I have no idea what you're talking about. Does my thumbnails? Me. Alright, which one should I watch first? Fucking how do I sort this shit? Wait a minute. Why is this? The formats, they need to be the same? They're not the same. How are they not the same? Hey, why did it? Okay, why? How come for some of them? Wait, that's fucking stupid as shit. Some of them it got it. Some of them it didn't. What the shit program? What? No, it knows. Look, it knows. Holy shit. I don't know. That sure looks like a year. Damn, this program shit. What a shit program. Why would it? How come? How come for some of them it? Why would some of them it worked and made it a date and some of them? Okay, whatever. Fuck it. Shit ass program. But then why was it coming up as a date? I showed you. It thought it was a date. It just didn't show the year. That wasn't one of the ones that was broken. Yeah, these ones are the ones that were broken. God damn it, now all the dates are fucked up. Or no.
Yep.
Yes. Son of a bitch. Okay, there we go. That should be right. Okay. Cool. Should be good now. That's not me. That's bad. That's bad design. That was bad design.
Formatting says what?
Thanks for the 29-year resub, Dorn Ivan. Alright. Okay. Is there any interviews I'm missing here? Final chance. I don't think so. Well, actually, I do think so. There's probably one or two, because there's like fucking 30 of them, but... It's mostly it. Okay. How am I gonna do this? A pie chart. Back the ability to scroll up or down is a keybind. What? Okay. I don't know, maybe. I feel like everything has probably been asked, so. And I'm not a content farmer, so I'm not going to do an interview for the sake of doing one. So maybe, maybe not. Perhaps. Alright. See, this is when I really wish I had more than one monitor. I don't want to do challenges, man. I really don't. It is cool, but I'm not gonna. I don't know how I feel about that. Yeah, I'm not doing these challenges. I'm not doing challenges. Fuck that. Okay, hold on. Let me open that on my other computer. I am not doing challenges. Fuck the purple health bar. Fuck the purple health bar. It's not worth it. You know, that's probably a good thing, because if I did use the purple health bar, people would always ask what it is, so that's not good. Alright.
That you guys are going to be able to get a chance to try at the event. Yeah, I'm very interested to see how you guys feel about that. Like, it actually is almost the case universally in the office now that almost everyone here is using WASD exclusively. So that's kind of one of those things that surprised us because we thought it would be really more applicable to the range stuff. But it seems like that's become the preferred option.
Interesting, really.
Yeah. So that's kind of something that I was surprised about. And now that we're doing that, it's kind of like it's opened up a lot more sort of action avenues. And
Dude, what if WASD becomes the meta? I don't. That's gonna be pretty bad.
The other thing I sort of found interesting as well is that all the stuff that you might assume that it wouldn't like where you do stuff to make things feel good for WSD, and then you go back to click to move and you think, oh, okay, this is going to feel terrible here. It actually doesn't. Like, surprisingly, a lot of the stuff that we've been doing feels great in click to move as well. Like, it's kind of interesting how that ended up, and I'm really happy that we did WASD, even if only for the improvements that click to move is also getting at the same time.
Right.
Just by the fact that 'cause I don't think we would have tested a lot of the stuff that we ended up doing had we not done WASD. So it's kind of interesting how that ended up.
Do you expect, from what you're seeing in the office, are you expecting people to utilize both depending on the situation, or are they kind of sticking to one or the other?
They're honestly sticking to WASD most of the time now, but the other thing we've been doing recently is we've been doing some first user experience tests. So that is to say, we've got like a people come in, they under NDA of course, and they they play for a couple of hours and so on and seeing what they do. And what we're trying to specifically do there is pick people that aren't necessarily the most hardcore gamers. Like this, the intention here is like you put just random guy off the street in front of the game. What kind of what are they able to understand what happens and all that sort of stuff. And they're actually tending to pick click to move when they're given the option at the start of the game, because I guess that they're kind of potentially just assume that it will be easier or whatever, something like that. And the ones who swap over to WSD tend to stay there. In terms of selection, click to move is still the most popular option when given the choice of both, but the people seem to be preferring WSD overall.
Okay, and that's even with your seasoned players. That's not just from muscle memory coming from other PC games where WSD is generally the standard. You're seeing that with people who've used click to move for years.
Maybe on.
Well, I think that one of the conditions that they had on when we were doing the first user experience testing was for the first round, because we've been doing recently. So for the first round, what we wanted to do is test people who haven't played Path of Exile before, but have played an action RPG before.
Okay.
So basically, see the idea of can they if you're coming from another action RPG, do you understand what you're doing when you come into PoE? And so that was the kind of the selection criteria there. So what I suspect is the reason why a lot of those people are picking click to move as their first option is because if they've played an action RPG before, that's kind of what they're expecting the control scheme to be like. So if we then change to, if we do another selection later, I believe that there's going to be another test soon where it's going to be the selection criteria of never played any action RPGs before, but have played action games before, a different test, and I'll be interesting to see if those people pick WASD instead. But
100%,
when you're doing these kinds of tests, you do kind of really try and select, try to understand, because understanding what type of players are playing informs a lot about what you're seeing when you see them do things. So it's good to sort of test those groups a little bit independently. Yeah. And of course, at some point, we don't really need to do testing for people who played PoE before because everyone in the office are those people. Yeah. So
that makes sense.
There's not really so much need for that one.
I might give that a force then at the weekend. I never even considered it until you brought it up then. But if we're playing on the weekend, I might give that a try and force to go to WASD and see if I can see how it feels.
What do you even use for your keybinds if it's WASD? Mouse buttons? Because it's going to be more combo based. I guess.
Compared to usual gameplay. Because
absolutely.
I'd never even considered playing WSD.
Right. And you can just change back and forth. So to just try it out. So I'd recommend that you give it a shot. I certainly was skeptical before we did it. And I kind of was like, I'm going to agree that we should test this, but I'm kind of I'm pretty uncertain about it. And then after we did it, I was like, wow, okay. Yeah, there's a reason. There's a reason we should have done this years ago.
I assume controller support is still there, right, as well? As an option?
Of course.
Yeah. Is PoE 2 intending, so this is a little one, with consoles at the same time, or are we going PC only at the start?
We actually aren't talking about that yet.
Okay.
Unfortunately.
Oh yeah, but then you have flasks too. So you wouldn't be putting it on 1, 2, 3, 4 because those are your flasks. Where the fuck do you put your binds? Q, E, maybe R? So that's 3. I guess Quirt.
Unfortunately, so but I mean, look, I do want Path of Exile 2 to be a big console game as well as a PC game. But I mean, ultimately, like we're a PC studio, you know what I mean? Like this is our roots, so PC is where our like mindset is. But console needs to be taken seriously, and so we now one thing that is beneficial is that we do have dedicated console people now, which we didn't in the past. So that means that that I think will improve the console experience very significantly over what we had before.
Yeah, I mean it's such an opportune game for couch gaming, which was exactly why I was asking that. It's like I was visit on the console for a bit and play in the living room. But all right, so let's get into some of the questions that I really was curious about because, as I'm sure you're aware, I came into PoE. I was part of that huge mob of people when it came out in 2013 that looked at it, was in the middle of some other giant game and was like, I'm going to not play that. I was like a WoW raider hardcore at the time. I was building my YouTube channel and all my friends were like, hey, we're going to go play PoE after the raid. And I was like, okay, well, I'm going to carry on working and do whatever. And then by the time I was coming to play PoE, it had grown. It's this monolithic, gigantic mess where not like that people are like, you need to go to school before you play. Like if you heard of Zizaran, and here's a university guide of what's going on, and it's so daunting and so overwhelming. But then I played, and I was like, this game is phenomenal, like absolutely amazing. And you get sucked into it. But PoE 2 looks like it's going to be a fresh start, and I don't know. I think you guys feel that same way. Again, it's like we can learn from what we did in PoE 1, and now we have a great opportunity to increase the accessibility, not in any way make it like a casual version, I don't know what your version is, but increase the accessibility. So I wanted to ask you, like, having been there from the start, been a founder, you've watched the development of PoE, you've seen the mistakes, you've seen the successes of PoE 1, what are you bringing in your mindset for the roadmap for PoE 2 in that regard?
So I think it is I was actually, so I was talking to Mark yesterday, actually, quite a lot about this question about, like, what is actually different. And one of the things we were discussing is like, how much of the complexity is the amount of content versus how much of it is actual complexity of the game. So, I mean, Path of Exile is a complex game, don't get me wrong, but I do think that there's a degree to which a large amount of content can make the game also be perceived as more complex, just because of the idea that you feel like as a player, okay, well, if I don't know about all these things, then I'm at a disadvantage, and therefore that increases the amount of stuff that I have to know, and therefore that increases the complexity, which is true. But then we were kind of discussing, like, I wonder how people would react if Path of Exile 1 came out today, having never been seen before, and like, what would that actually be? Like, how complex would the game be perceived as when you kind of don't have the because the theory that we had is okay, like if you didn't have a giant group of people who have already effectively solved the game, as it were, like then all of that knowledge doesn't become mandatory anymore, because like everyone's kind of in the same boat. So there's sort of an element of when a fresh game is released, you've kind of got everyone's in the same boat. We all have the ability to discover everything together, and that can kind of potentially change the perception there. Like, that being said, I do think the base level of PoE 1 is like definitely got more incidental complexity than it needs. And I think probably the biggest thing around that is just the way skill gems work. And we've already addressed that, and I've talked extensively about that a lot in other interviews and so on. So I think that is going to help a lot. But it is like, I do think there is an element there of just like the fact that you've got this like 10-year history of adding, like, if you're going to add something every 3 months for years and years and years and years, there's just going to be a huge amount of stuff that builds up over that time, unless you start removing content, which we also don't really love doing either. Yeah, that can lead to a sort of this sort of situation. So yeah, like, I mean, I guess what I would say is that, like, there's a few different
Okay, this has been a long answer. What was the question? Something about how much content there is.
Things to do. Like one of them is, yeah, absolutely. So I said before, we're doing first-time user experience testing, making sure that like just the impenetrability of some of the things that you get at the start of the game just is significantly improved. And the funny thing about that, by the way, is that when you look at the kind of things that people run into, they're not even the type of things that I think anyone would say are complex about PoE.
Yeah.
Like they're just random things of like, oh, like I missed the fact that, like that this button existed, or that, like that this is how you pick up items this way, or like just a million other things. There's a million tiny details like that just add friction to the start of the game. And so that's important to get out, because like none of that stuff helps anyone, right? Like if it's hard to understand how to do something, but that didn't contribute to depth in any way, then there's no reason for that to be hard. Like all the stuff that doesn't contribute to the depth should be as easy as it can possibly be. So then the only conflict would start to arise when you have something where it's like, we want to try to achieve some kind of gameplay goal, and we don't want to simplify the system because it would make the game worse, but also people aren't understanding it. And that's where the conflict starts to arise.
Yeah.
And in that regard, my hope is that we don't have to sacrifice anything there. That's my hope anyway, but I guess, like I mean, we will have to see how that goes, but at the same time, I think the combination of fresh start, much better first-time user experience, and also when we are bringing content from PoE 1 back, we try to be a little bit careful with how much of the kind of like crafting stuff comes along with it.
Yeah.
Because I think that's a lot of where that stuff kind of, like people like, you can add like a ton of extra bosses and it isn't going to like make the game more complicated, but it's all of the rewards that the bosses are giving you that make the game more complicated, because those are the things that, the things you have to know about in order to make your character better.
Well, I do know when I opened the help menu to learn what harvest was, because I found it in a map and I was like, what is this?
Right.
And I was like, well, I'll check the help menu. And I know when I was talking to the devs, they were like, oh no. This is like 2 years out of date. Uh-oh.
Right.
What are we going to do?
Does harvest even... Is there a harvest section in the help menu? I wouldn't even think there is one.
We do need to... There's a lot of stuff like that can just stress straight.
They haven't mentioned WSD in PoE 1. Maybe that could be a... I feel like... Has anybody asked questions about what they're going to do to PoE 1? Maybe that's what I can ask. Because all the questions are always about PoE 2.
That'd be improved, of course.
Yeah, so in that regard then, what do you see as progression path overall for PoE 2? Like in the first 12 months? Is it the aim to get PoE 2 to have not as many systems, but enough crafting and variations to be on a similar par with PoE 1? Or are you aiming to be a bit more gradual to enhance that new player experience?
Well, we do want to get content in as quickly as possible during the beta. And one of the things that is interesting about that is that once you have a blueprint for something and you don't need to do much design, it is so easy to get a team of people to just work on that, because
Hold on, I'll be right back. It's food time. I've returned with the feast. Nope, fuck challenges. I'm just watching and playing Balatro. Fuck challenges, dude. I got a big feast. I do hate challenges. They suck.
You don't have to do all the iteration, which means that if we're talking about re-adding, like, you know, for example, a
All the
league like
music.
Delve,
Yeah.
you can effectively one-to-one replace, like,
Oh.
do a bit of extra design to make sure that everything's like modernized and so on. But effectively, like, you've got the blueprint of what it is you're building right from the start, and that means that it's significantly easier to quickly put content like that in. So during the beta, I would expect to see a lot of that content coming back. And as I said, it's a question of making sure that the design of all of the systems around it just don't go too overboard. Like, I don't want to lose any of the cute possibilities that exist for doing interesting crafting. Like, I personally love that stuff where there's like really interesting interactions between those things. But at the same time, we do have to just make sure that we're not like going too overboard and, you know, and going too crazy there. Because, you know, that's effectively what the next 10 years of power creep are for.
Yes, indeed. Like, you know, then we get to PoE 3. It's a fresh start with PoE 3. We're starting from scratch and seeing where we're going.
Yep.
What is your kind of end game vision for PoE 2? Is it any different than PoE 1? Like, is the focus, do you think, on letting the players do what they want? If they want a currency farm for a whole season, that's something we're endorsing? Or are you being a bit more focused this time?
So I'm definitely a fan of people having all sorts of different types of different end games to play. Like, I think it's really cool when you're like, oh, I want to like I need this type of item for my build. Therefore, I'm going to, you know, I now find out that this is the league I need to be doing in order to be able to get the piece of reward. Like, I actually like that stuff. And on some level, that actually is the complexity we were previously talking about. Yep. But I do think that it adds a lot of interest of, like, you know, like it makes the player kind of like, oh, you know, here's another game mode that I haven't tried before, that I never even played, like the multiple times I played through the game in the past. You know, like, I want to try this out and sort of see what this is about now. And I think that provides a lot of the longevity that we have as those kinds of decisions. Mm-hmm. So, like, the important thing in Endgame is that you make sure there's some kind of economic gating into whatever element of the endgame you're talking about, so that you can't just go to the hardest content and then smash your face onto it and die. Like, you do need to have some kind of way to prevent people from just trying the hardest content immediately. So you need that economic element. But so long as there is an economic element to make sure that you can go through in a piece of content, then
that's good
I'm
that
happy
they're
for
going
people
back
to do
to
whatever
that,
kind of
because in PoE 1 it kind of devolved where it's just you throw your face at it. Well, I guess not if you can't do it and you're too scared, but kind of what it is. You can fix PoE 1 new player issues. Just make a game mode where there's only breach and ascendancy as labs and nothing else. This way new players can experience what PoE 1 was like near launch and ease in. Or you could just tell them to only do delve
content that they want, and to achieve whatever kind of goal that they want. You know, like that is a great thing about PoE, I think, and something we definitely wouldn't want to lose for PoE 2.
No, I totally agree. And when I did play PoE 2, there was definite focus on bosses, especially
actually,
to
yeah,
demonstrate
that's called
combo
ruthless
abilities and
right.
the dodge rolls and stuff like that.
That exists,
which I'm super interested in seeing. But you mentioned earlier that you might see much more similar content to... Are you trying to, in many ways, utilize the things that definitely worked in PoE 1, and they're kind of going to be mainstays in PoE 2? So Delve has obviously been a feature for a very long time. So if you see it in PoE 1 and it's overwhelmingly successful, it should definitely appear in PoE 2 as well. Is that like a mantra?
I mean, for sure, absolutely. Like, I mean, people will want to see that stuff, and so we want to make sure that we're doing it. And it isn't really that hard for us to bring things like that back. So therefore, we should do it. We just need to first get the giant wall of content that we're making for PoE2 during the campaign sorted out, and then we'll be able to focus on that stuff. But we still need to make sure that the endgame has, like, when we first go into beta, still has enough to make it interesting. You know, like, because, you know, it would be terrible if we launched into the beta and people got the wrong idea about what endgame is like. So therefore, we need to make sure there's enough content there to make that work. Yeah, there certainly won't be as much as there will be later in the beta.
No, that's great. And because you are branching off, right? Obviously, you made the decision to split the games. Are you worried? Is your internal, I guess, amongst the teams, is there any competitions like we can do a better league than you when we have the freedom and see who wins, and you know which one, you know, that internal competition could be very healthy. Is like, well, we've got this idea, we've got that idea, or is PoE2 being like, ahaha, we can take what you made and make it slightly better because we can fix it a little bit?
I guess I don't really see that the internal situation being quite like that, because at the end of the day, I mean, Mark's much more involved in PoE1 than I am, but like it's not like it's not like there's a different person in charge of PoE1 than there is in charge of PoE2, really. Like, we're still kind of like very much doing both games. And so it's really more about understanding the needs of both games and doing the kind of the right thing for them. I mean, the big excitement, of course, being able to diverge is that ever since we made that decision, we've been able to just like completely free our hands of all of the things that we would see as potential things holding us back, that if we were still in PoE1, I think would have been problems. But the thing is, we also have to be careful, like, that we don't we still need to make sure that PoE1 feels like PoE1 when we're making expansions for it. Like, that's still important too. But then there is also this other question of like that's honestly the harder question, I think, actually, is whenever we come up with something that's great for PoE2, then the question always comes up: should we be backporting this idea to PoE1?
Right.
Because like we all agree that it's better, and so therefore why wouldn't we improve PoE1 in this regard? And I think that over time, more stuff like that will slip in. And like, I mean, it's easy for certain features and harder for others, but like that, I think, is the greater tension of like the once you've worked on PoE2 for a while and you're seeing how, you know, we can improve things if we're just willing to change certain things that we might have been unwilling to change in PoE1. The real question is, well, why are we unwilling to change this in PoE1?
Well, I mean, you've got a real problem coming up here, Jonathan, is you risk making them too similar, right? That's kind of what you're talking about, is you're duplicating yourselves. Yeah. It would be a concern, but look, I don't think they're ever truly going to be similar mostly because of the combat.
That's not true. Have you ever watched the Blizzard stream? What?
That changes. Like the combat changes we're doing in PoE2 couldn't happen in PoE1 due to like, well, they could, but you'd effectively have to redo. They would effectively have to redo huge amounts of PoE1. I mean, look, ultimately that's how we feature creeped into having a sequel, right? In the first place.
Right, exactly. Like, we wish we could do this, but the game is like not. Exactly.
So therefore, it will never be the same. But then what we have to make sure of is that we're just embracing the differences that we do have, therefore, from PoE1, and making sure that we don't like create problems in PoE1, but because we're effectively trying to treat it too much like PoE2, which we have to not. You know, so what I would hope though is that anything that players really love, we do find a way to bring back. So I mean, as an example of that, obviously I don't know what players are going to love yet, but we've talked previously about how we're planning on changing the way trade works in PoE2. And what I imagine might happen is that if that actually is seen as strictly better in PoE2, then would have to start talking about, you know, how can this stuff happen in PoE1 as well.
Yeah.
But I mean, obviously that would have to happen after PoE2 comes out so we can be sure that that's actually working. But you know, if there's going to be something that's just going to be like, you know, if people are like, oh, I'd play PoE1 except that it doesn't have this, then we start to think like, you know, we have to do something about that. So
it's a question of identity, right? So I mean, as you sit here now, knowing where PoE2 is going and where PoE1 is, and labels are really tough, but what would you say the identity difference is that your vision goes for from 1 to 2?
I think that probably other people would have a different opinion of this than I do, because from my perspective, PoE 2 is the game I always wanted PoE 1 to be, and it was only limitations that led us not to be able to do that. But I think that the thing that a lot of people say, which once again I don't know that I would agree with, is Path of Exile 2 is slower paced and so on, and that isn't like. But the thing is, that isn't an intention. That's just a result of what happens when you make the combat good. If you know what I mean, like the reason that PoE 1 is as fast, okay. So moving while shooting is a great example, right? Like the amount of time that you spend, like the amount of attacks you like, if you're like what do you call it, stutter stepping,
Yep.
with a bow character, the amount of time you spend attacking, like that is to say, the number of attacks you do per second while stutter stepping may be the same in PoE 2 as it is in PoE 1. The difference is that in PoE 2 you have full uptime, but because you're attacking while you're moving.
Yeah.
But in PoE 1 you have to stop and start and stop and start. So you have to make the attack time faster in PoE 1 to be able to feel like you're able to actually hit stuff at the right tempo.
Hey,
But once you change,
there is one good thing with that,
the moving while
with
shooting,
like WSD, and you can keep attacking. Maybe dot builds won't be just the meta for the entire length of the game being out. Because for like the entire time the game's been out for 10 years, it's been like 80% DOT meta. Maybe that'll fix
thing
that.
to be able to happen. Then suddenly that means that like you feel, even though the attack time is technically slower, you feel like the number of attacks per second you're doing is the same. And so like this is the thing where like that's like part of what's going on there. And then when you look at like other classes we had at ExileCon, for example, like I don't know what class you played.
I played all of them.
Oh, you played all of them?
Oh,
Wow,
I
okay,
did,
right.
yeah, and it was
great.
awesome. Like the combos on the
Right.
Sark was so good.
Right. So the like it's interesting because each of them had their unique problems that led to the overall feeling of the game is too slow. So I mean, in the case of the I believe we had the two-hand warrior. I believe it was two-hand, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yes. Now one of the things that with that is that we have been taking pains to make sure that two-hand versus one-hand is actually different enough. And in PoE 1, I don't think they feel different enough. And so what we did after ExileCon is we actually ended up that is faster than what we had on that character, but that character was also the slowest of the of what those characters can be. Like it was the big two-hand mace is the slowest weapon type and like it was built for slow. Like it was all like like the channeled slam and all that other stuff.
Yeah,
like
big crunching attacks is what it was.
It was big chunky stuff. So like if slow is what you want, then that was exactly the thing to do it. And then on the Sork, the thing that everyone was concerned about was a stunning, right? And that was like the thing that was a definite concern. So like that one we did address a little bit after as well. And like there's actually quite a lot more that's happened to stun that I will be talking to you about on the weekend.
Oh, super.
Once we that's happened, because there's actually a lot more interesting stuff going on there.
I'm coming away with homework here, Jonathan, for the weekend. We've got it's going to be a very busy time.
Well, I mean, to be fair,
so there's a lot more stuff going on there
that
that sort of changed. But as I said, like I think each of the classes sort of had their own like sort of interesting problems in that regard. I think the Huntress though didn't really have that kind of issue. So I think if you played that, you
loved the
probably
Huntress.
didn't
Yeah, the entire Huntress scenario was so quick, and I felt bad because I streamed the Marauder, the big two-hand, and was crushing. I was like, people walked away like, God, this is slow. And then I went and played Huntress. I was like,
Huntress,
no.
Exactly, the Huntress was much faster, and that one was where it needed to be as far as the overall speed and how that worked. And then when you, so then we also had, what else did we have? I guess we had Monk as well.
Yes.
And of course, Monk was at level 1, so it was a little bit kind of a different situation. Like it has to be a little bit slower right at the very beginning. But I think it still personally sort of felt okay. I can't remember whether we changed speed after that point. No, I think we didn't. I think the attack speed was overall kind of fine. The main thing, of course, that was going on there is we didn't have that many skills for the Monk in the progression, and you probably didn't have enough time to really to really test it. So in the weekend, you're going to have much more time to play. So it'll be interesting to see when you kind of get a little bit further into the game, just from level 1, kind of how you feel about the overall speeds and so on.
And some decent gear, because we tried to express after it's like we didn't have great gear and things like that, to scale up with, which was understandable. Like there was nothing wrong with it. I had a great time, especially Huntress and Sark were my favorite. But I know they was like trying to temper what people were seeing with like, look.
I think I don't know, gun class. I've wanted guns in PoE for so long. Oh, I guess technically they're not guns, but definitely mercenary. And the ranger with the javelin was really fun to play at ExileCon. Alright, let me go put this food away and then I'll finish the interview. I'm back. I was just thinking about something. A lot of people are like worried that it's not gonna feel like PoE, right? Or it's gonna be super slow. I think that like most people, I don't know, maybe they don't understand or maybe they do kind of but don't think about it. But in most games, like with Diablo or Last Epoch, right? When there are builds in those games, the builds are designed by the devs, right? In PoE, it's not like that. There's no way the PoE devs sit down and they're like, yeah, what would be a cool build? Whereas in other games, the devs definitely sit down and are like, they basically designed the build, right? In most games, you don't really create anything. In PoE, you actually like come up with the build. Like in Last Epoch, you're never going to come up with an original build. In D4, you're never going to come up with an original build. In PoE, you can actually discover something new. In the other games, it just exists, right? That's why I'm like, I'm not concerned about it being slow. Like, at its core, it's still PoE. People are still gonna find fucked up shit, 'cause there's too much shit for the devs don't sit down and are like, alright, this is where it caps out, this is the skill tree you gotta follow. Like, it's not that simple. I played some, you mean backpack battles? I played some of the
And of course the other thing as well is that
release.
anytime you're playing a demo where
Not
you're
a
not
ton.
starting from the beginning of the game, you're going to have a lot more difficulty with the skills because you just don't understand what the like how they're really supposed to be used. And that's another one of those things that the whole first time user experience stuff is showing is the terribleness of in which the ways in which we describe how skills work.
It can be a little rough, let me tell you. I found it out firsthand.
It needs to get better.
Oh, that's great. But
things like that.
Your focus does seem to be very heavily on those new users, because you do. PoE has built a wonderful, diehard, dedicated elites fandom, right, who sit on a throne of being in the know. Very good, right. And often, I guess, on their behalf, is they often come across, and I had like an hour discussion with a lot of people waiting for the interview before we started today, and they feel a little, not threatened, but they're happy to be part of that elite level. And accessibility is a word that makes people terrified. Like, are you going to dumb down the game? Are you going to make it very easy?
Right.
But what I'm getting from this is absolutely not. Like, that's not what we want. We just want to be able for a new player to come into PoE and not to just look at it and go, nope, and turn it off, like, straight away. And is that kind of what you're coming from?
So, it's very interesting because when we were doing the first time user experience tests, my huge fear that I had was that the feedback was going to be the game's too hard, the game's too hard, the game's too hard, like all that sort of stuff. And then we'd end up on a treadmill then we'd have a conflict of like, oh, okay, like, do we have to start nerfing monster damage and nerfing, and this kind of thing. And just before the first time user experience test, we doubled all the damage for the first 4 areas of the game.
Oh no. And made them stamp.
And it was probably still easier than the beginning last epoch zones.
All over it.
Yeah. Okay, I want to get this to a point. I want to get this to a point here where we have a we make sure that we're going as hard as we possibly.
Dude, it is so fucking ridiculous how hard the first like 2 or 3 zones of last epoch is. Absolutely ridiculous.
We can here, so that if we do pull it back, that we're not pulling it back from a point where we're already kind of like feeling like we're already here. So I wanted it to be like relatively hard. So I got it to the point where I'm like, okay, this is hard for me, right? Like, I want this to actually be like a fun experience for me, right? That's what I want, and this is the starting point I need to have. And the thing that really surprised me when I actually looked at the footage and we got the results from talking to the players was that they actually weren't complaining about difficulty. Even though we made it that hard. And this was actually something that really surprised me. Now, they run into all sorts of issues that they perceived that made the game difficult, but the issues that they had were not really issues of the monsters being too hard. And I think, okay, so there was an issue where the second boss was too hard, and we tweaked that a little bit, and when you actually looked at it, it was like, yeah, this is probably too much. We tweaked damage on a couple of abilities. But the overall, there was not a complaint of this game is too hard, and that actually gives me so much confidence, because I was so worried that in order to make the game accessible that we would have to make the game easy. But then it's like, look at Elden Ring, right? That game is hugely popular. It is by no means easy.
I don't think so.
Speak for yourself.
I doubt they changed Flask Fountain. They seem to like it.
Walk through. I didn't need 300 tries on Michaela. That didn't happen.
And it's fine, and it still works. So I think that that really, so long as we can erase all the difficulty we don't want, which is to say people misunderstanding how things work or not, as long as we get rid of all that difficulty, then we can keep the actual challenge of, the fact that the monsters hit hard and that, you have to be careful and, when you're playing and so on. So I think we can keep that part. I'm hoping that as we continue to do more testing in this regard, that it will still be the same.
Because you have run into that in the past, right? And there were some leagues in PoE where even Hillock was destroying people, and the complaints ran wild.
The thing is I think PoE 1.
What?
People, and the complaints ran wild. There were some leagues in PoE where even Hillock was destroying people, and the complaints
in this regard.
The fuck's
that it will still be the same.
Because you have run into that in the past, right? And there were some leagues in PoE where even Hillock was destroying people, and there were some leagues in PoE where even Hillock was destroying people, and the complaints ran wild.
The thing is I think PoE 1 at the start right now.
Okay, this is something in conversations. This is something in conversations that always happens. That's something I don't do. And it's always awkward when I do this. But when someone says something blatantly wrong, I don't just say yup and go along with them. What the fuck are you talking about?
Is trivial. I think it's way, way, way too easy.
Yeah, I think you've played it before though, right?
What was that, sorry?
You played it before, right? At the start of that game.
Yes, I know. I do know that. But I played PoE 2 before as well, and yet I was still able to balance that to the point where I found it I was dying, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think that so here's a question, right? How many times should you die to Hillock before you succeed? What should that number be?
It obviously depends on the class you choose, but I think if you could tune it so you don't die, but it's a tight battle, you've done a really good job, because it's like you've overcome the first boss.
I actually disagree with that. And so one thing to note is in PoE 2, we have checkpoints before each boss.
Okay.
So that, of course, changes the opinion a little bit, right? Because you don't have to run through the whole beach again. So the fact making death, like, I actually think it's better.
Yeah, but most bosses, are gonna be, you can just, pretty much every boss in PoE 1, you start right at the gate and you just death rush them. Now it's the same thing except their HP resets.
To make death less expensive for the player, but make you expect to die more often. Because what I want you to do is die twice, and then the third time you succeed, and that way you'll have 3 things. One of them is you'll know this is a game where you should die, that you should, like, you know, that you might have to spend a little bit of time working out the mechanics and concentrate a little bit on the boss. And the second, and so that way when you die later, you don't feel bad. Because if the first time you die is like level 20, then you're conditioned at that point to be like, this is not a game where I should be dying, so therefore death feels bad. Whereas if you're like, I died to Hillock, well, in PoE 2, it's the lumber mill guy. Sorry, I can't remember his name. Lumber mill guy. You know, you die to him, you resurrect immediately, you're back in the fight, you try again, and then maybe you kill him on the second time, or maybe you kill him on the third time. To me, I think that's good. Like, I think that you've set the expectation correctly for what it's like. And if you think to all of the best action games you've played, surely when you play those bosses in just like pure and like completely pure, I'm talking about like just like single player pure action games, in a game like that, you'd expect to die a couple of times on a boss before you beat it, I assume, right?
I would assume for boss 2, yes. Boss 1 that's teaching you boss mechanics and how they kind of work differently. I'm okay with a tough fight where you're probably going to use all your healing potions, but at that point he's probably nearly dead, or you're going to kill him. And he may clip you and kill you, but for the most part. But what I would also say to that is one of the issues I ran into in the early days of PoE is I don't know why I died. Now, Hillock's a poor example of this because he has like barely any attacks. But later on, there's so much going on that I was like, I don't know where I went wrong here. Was it my chaos resist? What was it? And is PoE 2 addressing that in some way?
Well, visual clarity is super important. I think when a lot of people say, why did I die? A lot of the time they focus immediately on there should be some kind of death recap screen, which is something that I am interested in doing, even if I don't have time to do it right now. But I think even just the clarity of the actual attacks is more important. And so I think if you look at modern PoE boss design, we're doing, even just in PoE 1, we're doing much better with regard to visual clarity than, I mean, okay, of the bosses. Of course, the players are still just like stomping over everything. But,
many auras are happening.
But we're doing a lot better overall with visual clarity in total. So the intention is to make that a lot better, but there's also a lot of subtle UX tweaks that can just make things different. And
yeah, people complain about clarity, but then when they make the game more clear, what that's going to be is there's less shit on your screen, and then people are going to complain about mob density.
Once again, I hope that when you on the weekend, that when you're playing, that you won't have that feeling when you play anymore. So that will be. That's definitely something that I care a lot about, for sure, that you need to know why you died. I mean, even something as simple as when you get poisoned, your health orb turns green. Like, we did that like a week ago, and I was like, wow, that makes such a huge difference. Like, it's funny, just that little tweak, and it's like immediately everything is so much better. You know, like having it so that when you get shocked, that is more obvious. Having it so that when you're...
Oh, maybe that's a question I could ask. What if they do a demo system? A locally saved demo system, so it doesn't take up any server stuff.
Bleeding, that is more obvious. Like, these kinds of things like can immediately improve, like just making the clarity in the moment better.
Yeah, it certainly can.
So,
I would certainly love to see what type of damage killed me, because I often find in PoE that's the case. So yes, I'm poisoned, but for all I know, that poison is ticking for 1. And I might walk away with the knowledge of I died to poison, I think. I mean, in fact, no, it was just that you got overwhelmed by something else that happened, which is why I like deathlogs. It's like, where did I go? If I'm studying, my next plan with PoE is to do the Ubers, because I haven't done them yet, and I don't know what they do. And I know that they probably have a ton.
Last debug death recap or anything, it's kind of useless.
Of different damage types, and they're likely to be full of mechanics going on. So what was it that got me? And it might visually look like something hit me, but in fact that didn't really do anything. And it's this other thing. That's the bit I'm curious about.
So what you're talking about there, though, is even just a problem in itself, right? Because like just the fact that you're like, visually this thing hit me and I thought that was the thing that did the damage, that's already a problem in my opinion. Like the size of the effect, the intensity of the effect, like all of these things are part of the communication. Like the color of it, obviously very important for determining the damage type. Like we're being very stringent about making sure that we are very coherent with regards to make, you know, like with all of that stuff. Like if, you know, like if something's going to do chaos damage, it needs to look purple, like this kind of stuff, you know, like really making sure that we're getting all of those things
blatantly
exactly
this is
right.
chaos attack. Yeah, you're not going to make a fire orb that's purple because that's just
right.
trolling
So
hard.
that kind of thing is really super important. And as I said, I do think that that a death log can be a thing that we'll do, and I do feel like eventually we probably will do it. Maybe not at the start of beta, but it feels like the kind of thing we would do. But I also feel like if you have these kinds of problems, it's easy to jump to, well, a death log would have solved it, because it would have. But I would rather even solve it before that point, where like while you're playing, you just sort of know this without even realizing that you knew it, because it just like appears that way due to all of the various visual cues that you see. And so I think the kind of testing that I'd love to do that we haven't done yet is get players to play a boss fight, die, and then have me sitting there and be like, okay, why did you think you died?
Oh, I would love
and then
that.
making sure that the answer to that that they said is consistent with what
Okay, but nobody actually goes into a boss fight and then wonders how they died, right?
Like, that's not a thing. Boss visual clarity is fine. It's in maps. Nobody goes into a boss fight and wonders how they die if they're, like, looking at their screen, right?
Like, you see the giant slam that hits you. The only way you don't know is if you're not looking at your screen.
with what I think happened.
Yeah.
So that kind of thing is pretty interesting. But then the other thing as well. Okay, so another thing once again that came up in first user experience test.
I don't know. I mean, I feel like whenever I die and I don't know why I died, it's because I was reading chat. Usually, 99% of the time.
Testing was immediately as soon as we did it was people who haven't played the game before don't realize they're on low life. And like that kind of stuff. So there's immediately like you start to get into all the subtle things. Like you add the little subtle like breathing of the character. You add like a little heartbeat that comes in as you get really low. You add the like slight like amount of like redness from the sides of the screen. Like you do like a bunch of little changes, and then when you get to the end of that, and players may not even notice that anything changed, but yet suddenly they're using flasks when they weren't before.
Yep.
So that kind of thing can really, once again, it's just all those little details, and concentrating on that stuff again is certainly something we haven't done for a very long time in PoE1, honestly.
No, I mean, I can see where you're coming from there, because a seasoned player will be like, well, I always see my health bar. But if you're new to the game, fighting a new boss, you're laser focused on the center of your screen and nothing else. Like that health orb.
That's what they had the health bar above your characters for.
For sure. Well, I got my wife to play, who she did technically play PoE1 a long time ago for like a few hours, but she's not a gamer, right? She doesn't. But
she's
I got
lovely
her to
though.
sit down. Yeah, but I got her to sit down and play the game just to get the experience of like what a non-gamer just sitting down and trying, and that was certainly the test that opened my eyes as to the visibility of the fact that you're dying. Like she would be. Funnily enough, she was dodge rolling really well.
Yeah.
The attacks, I was kind of impressed by that. Because once again, one of the other things we did just before we did the first time user experience testing was we made the first boss's attacks track you more to make it actually harder to get the window to do the dodge
so
roll.
mean. Like let's boost the damage and this.
Yeah, and it's funny because we Trev, one of our other developers, he was like, "Oh man, this is so harsh for first time users now. It's like really bad." And I was actually like, "Well, I actually want to see that. I want to see what a complete newbie does in response to that." And she actually was dodging that really well. I don't think the dexterity required to dodge those attacks was actually that much of a problem. So it's good that that's the harder element. But what she completely missed was the fact that she was walking around on 5% life for like 25 seconds without using a flask.
Were you losing your mind? You're like, Prue's gone.
I just have to be quiet, right? I have to just sit there and say nothing.
I must backseat this. It's killing me.
Exactly. And like that really is an eye-opening experience to see that kind of stuff. So like the difficult part shouldn't be knowing that you're low on life, right?
Yep.
Like That is not what should be difficult, and yet that is what's difficult. But yet, when you die, when you didn't know that, what you think is, oh, this attack one hit me, right? And it's like, well, it didn't one hit you. You're actually on 5% life, and you didn't know it.
I got one shot. No.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Oh, I like that attitude. That's pretty fun.
Yeah.
That's good. Yeah. But I mean, your combat focus and your passion for the combat is pretty clear. I'm kind of curious, like, obviously this is a little bit selfish for what's going on this weekend, is where are you lying in the thing that you've leaned on the most, that you think we've nailed this? This is so good. No, you can't say everything, Jonathan, because that's just smoke.
To me, the thing that I'm the most proud of is boss design stuff. I just think that our bosses are really, really excellent. Like, Mark is so good at doing that stuff. Like, they're just so cool. They're so unique. Like, lots of, I mean, you know, even when they're not unique, they still feel like just a really great execution of certain concepts. And so I'm really, like, I think people are just going to have a blast fighting those bosses. Like, they're so cool.
Mm-hmm.
So that's where that's where I'm at. And I do think that PoE1 has had this kind of boss design for a long time now. It's just all of it's in the end game.
Yes.
So effectively, like, new players.
I don't know. I feel like the health thing is not really something you fix. Like, whenever you're new to a certain game, there are things you're just gonna miss. Like, I don't think there's really a solution for that. It's like, after you get the basics down, you learn to look at your health bar or something.
Don't get to experience what our boss design is like at the start of the game, and if now that they will be able to do that, I think that will just be a huge thing for all those people who sort of get to experience like what the good boss design is like when you get it at low levels.
So is part of your plan for Endgame to have a more linear boss progression? That's very clear focus.
No, it's not going to be linear. No. I mean, look, there's a lot of similar stuff going on in the end game as to what there is in the end game in PoE1. Ideally, more clear, and it should feel like it's different, but still doing, you know, like the fundament. It still maps at the end of the day, right? Like, it still has
that's
that.
the bread and butter,
going.
And it's
right. Yeah,
Pandora's box for sure.
For sure. So we've still got that, but it's honestly, I really the bosses are so cool, and that's what I think that's going to be our kind of like a thing that people just really love, and we've got lots and lots of them as well. You know, we've already said we've got 100 bosses, so you know, like, it's just going to be a lot of fun.
Okay. I want to move on a little bit, coming back to this new player experience as well, is surprisingly, PoE1 for a new player at the end game, trying out the builds. You have an infinite amount of builds that you can make in that game. Could feel a little inflexible. And people often lean to, like, it's actually easier to re-roll than collect, like, all the orbs of regret you would need to try out. You have mentioned maybe a gold respec.
We have,
in
yes.
the future. So I'm just wondering where your mindset is now. And the overall thoughts that you have, Jonathan, about the ability to be flexible in the end game. I will point out that a lot of the older PoE players, before we started talking,
I just hope they don't implement something like the last Epoch respec system. Jesus Christ, it's so bad.
Today mentioned the word you should punish for specking wrong. You know, that kind of that feeling was flying around, or whether or not it should be quite on the fly to mess around with the different builds.
So I definitely think you need to have an element of feeling like your character is your character. And if you just have complete free spec, that just loses it, because your character is literally identical to anyone else except for what you happen to be using right now. But there's so many things about like, when you actually look at, like, okay, so I was talking to Mark about, like, recently about, like, okay, if you are level, say, 60 and you decide that you want to change your character, what does it take in PoE1 right now to change your build? And there's lots of little details about it that are very annoying, that might not, like, you may think, oh, it's the respecking of the tree that's the big thing, but there's actually quite a lot more going on, a lot of that friction has been reduced. So for one thing, you need to level up your skills. Now in PoE2, you can get pre-leveled skill gems, because uncut gems will turn into a leveled gem of the level that you...
Yeah, but you can... That's not really an issue. I wouldn't describe that as an issue with respecking. Just fucking level... Just have 20 minutes of forethought and stick some gems in your offhand, dude. I mean, I don't really think that's an issue. And you can get pre-level gems in PoE1 as well.
of the level that the uncut gem is. So changing your skills over for the levels is not so much of a problem. The other thing you need to do is get gear that had the right socket colors for what you needed. Now in PoE 2, because the sockets are separate from the gear, that's no longer an issue anymore. So the gear you have may still work for what you're changing to, and to the extent that it doesn't work, it will only be certain mods that you would obviously want to change. But that's going to be easier of a problem to resolve. So that problem is also reduced significantly. Now then there is the whole regret orb thing, right? Now we've changed that so it's using gold now, which means you've got obviously there's the balance of how much gold does it require and how much time would it take you to do that and so on, which we need to get right.
Wait, so regrets are only gold?
Now we've changed that so it's using gold now, which means you've got obviously there's the balance of how much gold does it require and how much time would it take you to do that and so on, which we need to get right. I mean, I'm not going to claim that we've got the balance of that correct right now, because honestly we're not in a balanced position yet to really determine that properly. But it is intended to be at level 60, not too bad, right? By the time you're talking like level 90, then it should be very hard to respec. But if you're talking level 60, you know, like sort of early Endgame.
This is making it sound like it's going to be harder to respec.
What, maybe 70 even, you know, it shouldn't be so bad, you know, like and so on. And then there's just other, I mean, like I'm trying to think of like what are some of the other factors, right? There's like quite a lot of these things, and all of these things kind of have led to a situation where the okay, even something as simple as like you have to get a bunch of GCPs to, sorry, that's gem cutters, to increase the quality of your items, like things like that. Like the way that all of that stuff is presented and defined now is all subtly different in certain ways that make it so that overall the process of changing isn't going to be nearly as bad. But then there's even more subtle things as well, which is that because the expectation, well, not necessarily the expectation, but there is a,
I mean, actually, using stuff for using gold as stuff actually does kind of solve having a million different orbs. I mean, I think it's good to have different orbs, but maybe it's a bit too much now.
The rewards for using a different skill set well are higher now than they were before. So what I mean by that is that doing a combo correctly, even in the absence of gear that supports it, okay, you still need gear to support all that stuff for sure. Like we're a loot game, that isn't changing. But like if you pull off a combo well with just like the right skill set, that can still lead to very good rewards, which means that like you can change build, not be as powerful, make a few more changes, like earn a little bit more stuff, and that is a thing that is more possible to do. Right. And I think that there's a bit of subtlety around this. It's a little bit hard to explain in the absence of actually trying it, but like there's a.
It is 100% going to be. They're going hard on the combos. It seems. It is not going to feel like PoE 1. If you want PoE 1.5, it's not your game.
Yeah, like the fact that you're intended to use more skills anyway, and like, you know, combine stuff a little bit more across the different archetypes kind of means that you can change build from a bad build to a good build, and even if you didn't change your items, you should still be doing better than if you like even, you know, without having to actually do all these other things. So I'm not explaining that very well, but effectively,
I think we could be a bit more vague on this, because my it's more a case of I'm a new player and I like this skill at level 20, like early days. So I kind of stick with it for a while, right? And more skills open up later on. But I don't know. Let's say I'm a big two-hander and it's kind of slow and I'm not really digging it. I wonder what sword and board is like. And so I want to respec a little bit and try it out. But I check it. I don't particularly like it. Now I need to go back. Or maybe I want to try out a bleed build, you know, just to get a feel for how these things work. And that's where it can lead a little off-putting.
At level 20, that will be very easy.
Yeah, I'm talking like I've stuck with it for a while. So now I'm 16, maybe 17. And now I'm like, it's not really working out as I liked it. I don't want to try it. And then my friend tells me, have you tried this? Have you tried that? And I'm like, no.
Right.
You got to respec a little bit.
Yeah, and 100% in PoE 1 that is a definite, like, it is hard to respec. And as I said, like, it is really just, it's a combination of like 20 little things, all of which are getting some attention. And I think that the overall result of that is going to be a much easier experience, even while still maintaining the fact that you still have character identity. And I guess that's kind of where I'm coming from there. So that's at least my hope, right? But I'll be interested to see, like, when you actually that's obviously not something you're going to be able to experience on the weekend because, like, there won't be enough game time to really know whether or not
I appreciate that.
that's going to happen. But my hope is that, like, I do agree that that is a concern. Like, I want to make sure that people do feel like they're able to change what they're doing, but I also just want to make sure they don't feel like, oh, my character's just the same as any other. It needs to feel like there is a journey there and the later you do it,
So
the more of a journey.
I guess this leads us then to the obvious one that's always a big topic in the community, and I don't even know where I sit on this, if I'm being honest with you, Jonathan, is like, oh, it's actually better to just re-roll. That's your character that you made. Maybe you liked it, maybe you didn't, but you want to try something new. Re-roll your character to something else. And then we go back to doing the campaign, which has been a sticking point for a lot of people, is going through the campaign again. And we've seen other games, Last Epoch recently has come up with ways of bypassing it if you've already capped a character or leveled a character at a certain point. But with your intentions with PoE 2, is that something you're going to divert from, or is it something you think fits the mold really well to learn the character as you go?
I've just never liked it in games when you can skip the campaign. I just never have. And it's going to be really, really, like, okay, I'm usually pretty open about changing many things. Like, if people really have a problem with something, I usually are kind of are going to be of the mindset that we need to find a solution for this, even if it's not necessarily exactly what the community thought they were asking for. I do need to find some kind of solution. But it's like, it's really, really hard for me to get behind the idea that you should be able to skip the campaign. It's really, really hard. It can be the trouble also, I think, that, and the reason why it's such a hard discussion is because the reasons that someone who wants this feature, to the reasons I give for why I don't like that sound weak. They sound really weak to them, and I can understand that. Like, I absolutely understand the perspective that they have, but this is just a really hard one for me to get past. Like, I find it very, very difficult to be of the mindset that it's okay to just skip the campaign on the character. It just feels really wrong to me. So yeah, it can be very unsatisfying, right? But to answer that way, because it's kind of very much like a...
Well, again, I don't know where I land on it at all. Because
right.
in the one hand, the campaign is a great place to try out different things. Because like you said, respecking, all that kind of stuff you can do in those early levels is very, very simple. And you're in a kind of safe place. It's not as hard as what you...
Yeah, but what if they made the campaign good? No, I think that's hard to do, but I think making the campaign good is better than just slapping a skip in there.
Gonna find at the end game. On the other hand, I made a build. I'm trying this game out for the first time. I want to change it around, and actually the solution is to start again, and I just did that. And of course, long-term players with the repetitive nature of it. So there is pros.
Well, it doesn't matter how dynamic it is. It'll never be fun after the 40th time. But you could say that about maps too.
Cons to both sides. And as any other solution, or do you even really see it as a problem, or it's just a case of the people asking for this, it's just not happening?
I mean, I don't want to ever completely rule anything out, because I'm always prepared to never say never, right? But at the same time, it will probably be a pretty cold day in hell. Look, that's probably true.
That feels very definitive, if I'm being honest, Jonathan. I'm not saying never, but on my corpse will happen.
That's probably too far. It's probably too far. It's one of those things that I do have to. The very fact that it keeps on coming up means that it will just keep on getting discussed. And look, there may come a time when I understand, like, a way that I can become satisfied with to still achieve all of the goals that we have here. But it's certainly not just going to be, oh, you just skip straight to endgame once you've done it once. Like, that is certainly, that will never happen, right? Like, there needs to be some level of something going on for it to be acceptable. I will say that in the League, a second character now will have a much easier time than... I mean, it's true in PoE1 as well, I guess, but has a much easier time because, you've... So one thing, actually, because there's gold and because the gold scales up as you get towards the end, buying stuff from the shop at early levels, once you've played a character through to endgame, is going to give you a very significantly faster experience when you're once you've got gold in the League. Plus the fact that you've got uncut gems that pre-level skills, like and you've got to have a bunch of them. Like you can make your experience significantly faster within a league once you play.
Yeah, but this is already how PoE1 is.
to the league once.
That's not any
Well,
different.
that sounds like a good solution. You're essentially saying, look, we're not skipping the campaign, but we're going to make it significantly easier to turbo through it as fast as possible.
Right, but that is certainly not the case between leagues, right? Like when you go to the next league, you're still starting from the same place everyone else is, and I see that as extremely important. Yeah, that's
I have a question probably no one cares about but me, but it's actually the story delivery of PoE. Because I felt really bad as somebody who loves story and lore of video games in general. I love the medium of it. In PoE 1, you had some extraordinarily good voice actors, but you have this. It's almost a Hippocratic hypocrisy is that you have an ultra fast game that's by the time you get to the mid levels you're kind of blasting
and then ultra slow conversations
and then conversations that have you in town for like 10 minutes and you're like this is so conflicting, but I want to hear it, but at this point I'm like dude, I need to get out of here.
I actually agree with this, and this is something that I also am worried that we need to that we might need to make more severe changes to than I was hoping. So
I don't see what's wrong with that. Either listen to it if you want to listen to it or don't. If you're someone who's listening to the lore, it's not like you're trying to blast anyways.
This did come up in first-time user experience testing again recently, where people...
I'd say make it as extensive as possible for the people who want it. Why not?
Didn't understand what was going on, and that's a big problem. Like we're trying to do better, but I don't think we've quite succeeded yet, and I think we still need to do more. Yeah, I have in my mind that we might need to go and change significantly the way conversations even are, and we certainly haven't done that yet, and we're getting very close to beta, and I worry that it might be something that we need to change during beta even. Because right now the conversation system in PoE 2 is the same as it is in PoE 1.
Right.
And I think it isn't good enough, and it needs to improve.
I know for me, I had no idea who Katava was by the time I got there. I was like, I don't know.
Right.
But I tried really hard.
PoE 2 is better for sure in this regard. Like we did a lot to improve things, but I think that we still haven't done enough, and we still need to do more. And the thing that is really annoying about this is that we've already recorded so much dialogue.
Oh no! Those voice actors have been given the tone.
And, like I'm looking at this and I'm like, okay, like we might have this is going to suck if we have to change some stuff around this. But I do worry that it isn't good enough, and that we might need to do better. I guess obviously I don't have anything to say like here's how we're changing it to at this point, because I'm still in the like I think we're still not doing well enough phase.
Are we going to see it at the weekend, and maybe we can sort of get?
I mean you'll see what we have, but what, as I said, what you'll see is other than the fact that we've improved a lot, there's a lot more dialogue from just like your character talking and the bosses and things that they say. There's like a lot of that incidental stuff in the game, and that will improve your understanding of the overall plot. The conversation system with the NPCs is still just what it was before, and I think that I now recognize as of like a couple of weeks ago that we have a problem.
Dude, well, okay, I'm not a lore enjoyer, but imagine an ARPG with like actually good lore and interactive lore, and it's kind of like you go and destroy a fucking city with your raw power of a character. Instead of you just killing monsters, you raise a fucking city. That would be so sick, actually. Dude, that could be like a mission, destroy a city. Oh, yeah.
And we need to improve it. So, that's something that you won't see improved on the weekend.
Imagine if you were serious.
Before too much longer.
No, I'm glad you're thinking about it, because I know for me, it was like, I really do want to know what's going on in this world that's being destroyed and the demons are running wild, but it always feels so contradictory to be like, I want to get back to town, I want to grab my skill books, I want to get the next skill gem, I want to do all that, and long ago the vehicle was and you're like, okay,
sure.
And it keeps going. You're like, come on, man, I want to get back out there. But maybe
for sure,
go the background is
for sure. We need to do better here. I agree.
Yeah, that's fantastic. I guess for our final wrap up here, Jonathan, with you is the one thing I want to know is, like, you've watched PoE 1 and now you think PoE 2 is the game you wanted to make originally. So what is the biggest lesson you're taking from what you saw over those 10 years of PoE 1 that you're like, not in PoE 2? Like, what is the biggest takeaway from when you got to start fresh and you diverted away that you're like, this is the biggest difference I want to make? I think you're probably leaning towards combat, but is there anything else in there?
it really is the combat. Like that's what it comes back to. But I'm trying to think if there's anything else that like really. The thing is, I don't know that you can even sum it up as one big change. It's the 10,000 little changes that like sum up to a big deal, and so that's a somewhat unsatisfying answer, unfortunately. But I mean, if you have the most satisfying one is just combat, like making it good. But even that, when you look at it, is like, well, what makes combat good? It's like 10,000 little things. So it's and I guess that really is just how game development is, and I think it's even interesting to when you look at other games that I would consider to not be so good, that when I look at what's wrong with them, it's like you could take what they have and just know the right answer for like 1,000 numbers and have a really excellent game, if you know what I mean. And it's kind of shocking, like if you knew exactly the right answers, the fact that you could turn a terrible game into a great game in like a day. If you just happened, if you had a number oracle and just changed a bunch of numbers, and then suddenly the game is good. You know what I mean? Like it's kind of scary to me that the way that the knife's edge that you're standing on as a game developer, of like the difference between a good game and a bad game is just a few numbers in a spreadsheet. You know, like it's.
And
kind
you
of
guys
scary.
live league by league, right? Like this happens to you every like 3 or 4 months. You have the numbers come out. You're like, people aren't happy. There's not enough loot.
For sure.
Okay, change it by 1%. Oh my god, it's too much. Going backwards and forwards. And now you've got to do it twice. So good luck with that.
Right. But it's just all the little details that make the game. Unfortunately, like it's just the grind of every tiny little thing. That's game development.
No, that sounds fun. I'm super excited for this weekend, Jonathan. I want to thank you for this time that you've given us here to talk about this. Always wonderful to talk to you. And I'll see you very, very soon. But thank you very much. And everybody say
Thank you very much.
Clap, clap from the team. Hopefully everybody got some stuff out of that, because I know we talk about things that maybe not the 10,000 hour players play, but I want to be the 10,000 hour player, but we'll get
Fair
there.
enough.
Yeah, indeed.
Fair enough.
Thank you so much, Jonathan. Have a great day, and I'll see you soon.
Yeah, you too. See you
Bye.
soon. Bye.
All right, before I start the next one, I want to show you how insane my Balatro run is. Look at this. Oh, well, that's shit, but going a straight build. Alright. Woodijo.
So,
and this
this
one's
is
long.
Jonathan Rogers, guys, and I am Woodijo. We have an interview. This is about Path of Exile 2. So, I mean, my main audience is mostly Diablo focused here. And,
An insane
personally,
Doom
I'm also
combo.
very much
I don't
looking
know.
forward
I
to
think
Path of
I'm
Exile 2,
gonna.
like many of us here.
I think I'm gonna swap to.
So, yeah, GG reached out to me
Elisa
to
because
have this
that
interview.
outfit.
There have been some others in the past already. I have been listening and watching them, not all of them, but I've tried to get a good overview already of what has been asked, what is out there in terms of the information, also from the wiki. So I'm trying to not have too many duplicates in there. I prepared a list of questions. And yeah, Jonathan, if you want to introduce yourself as well, then you can say a few words.
So my name's Jonathan Rogers, and I'm the game director on Path of Exile 2. My job is basically organizing the chaos that is running a game studio, and like running a game, I should say. And it's quite a task, but we're getting somewhere, and I'd like to think that the game we're making is going to be pretty cool.
Yeah, very much excited for that. So let's hop right into the interview. So I have a bunch of topics basically
Yeah,
I'm
go
gonna
ahead,
go
make
through.
a thumbnail for my
like 10 or so
recap
topics with
video of all
individual
the
questions, but we can
interviews.
definitely keep it, a bit back and forth as much as you also want to discuss stuff.
Absolutely.
And my first main topic that I have is Endgame. So you have already talked a lot about this in other interviews. For example, like what kind of league mechanics you're gonna try to bring over to Path of Exile 2. We heard about Delve. And I heard from, some other people that I asked, for example, in preparation for this interview, like they might be a bit concerned that, for example, PoE 2 will launch and there's not really enough like high-end stuff to do, for example, like how far will the progression go on launch, for example.
Right.
And if you have any more insights on that.
Yeah, so I guess there's two launches to talk about. So one would be going into the beta, the early access period. And for that one, there certainly won't be as much content as Path of Exile 1 has at Endgame. The plan is to basically, we're going to have certainly a few different things that you can do. There'll be the in-game map system. There'll be like the progress to all of that. There'll also be like a few other things that you can do as well, kind of on the side, as well as I don't want to, without spoiling too much, there'll be various mechanics you can go through, but it certainly won't be as big as PoE 1 at that point. But by the time we get to the end of early access and into the actual full release of the game, there will certainly be a very large amount of in-game content. Like, we definitely appreciate that you can't really launch an action RPG without having like a huge amount of in-game, like it's just mandatory. We're very, very cognizant of that. And not only do you need to have like really big in-game fights to do, but you need a variety of different things that you can go between and do, different types of parallel end games as well. There's a very big need for all of that stuff. So we just have to make sure that I would not consider the game to be complete, as far as entering into full release without having a lot of that stuff.
Holy based.
Yeah, sounds really exciting, and I'm really looking forward to some future, previews or whatever you're gonna share on, and also the beta, of course. Can you also tell us about for example, pinnacle bosses? Is that also gonna be part of the plan?
There will absolutely be pinnacle bosses. We do have some plans already for what they will be. As I said, they're not going to be in the start of the early access period, but they're definitely, as I said, at release we're going to have
Wait, what was he saying?
Pinnacle bosses. We have
bosses. Is that also, of course. Can you also tell us about, for example, pinnacle bosses? Is that also going to be part of the plan?
There will absolutely be pinnacle bosses. We have.
Wait, it's like a pre-scheduled question planner that they're like, all right, can you ask these questions for new player integration or something? What was that?
We do have some plans already for what they will be. As I said, they're not going to be in the start of the early access period, but they're definitely, as I said, at release we're going to have like a full-on. Basically what you need to have in in-game is you need to have a storyline, right? Like you need to have a thing previous, we had War for the Atlas and all these various sort of in-game storylines. You need to have something like that, I think, to make the in-game good. Like, it's not quite as involved as what a campaign storyline is, but there's certainly a storyline in in-game that you need to be able to sort of have to kind of, I think, drive that to make the pinnacle content interesting. We absolutely have to have something like that, and that's definitely in the plan.
Okay, cool. And can you also tell us about what is going to be the plan for the post-launch updates? So you're gonna have a certain amount of content, and you just said, okay, it's gonna be obviously a bit less than PoE 1, which is very saturated. And how much are you gonna focus on expanding Endgame, for example, post-launch? Is it gonna be immediately? Is it gonna be part of every single league cycle, or how are you gonna continue that?
Basically, what we've always done with our leagues is we make sure there's an in-game element to every league we do. So generally speaking, in Path of Exile 1, and it will be the same in Path of Exile 2 as well, that there's the challenge of the league extends all the way to the end. And ideally, if we can, we try to have effectively, the reason why we have so many different parallel in-game things going on in Path of Exile 1 is because the league's expanded over time. Not every league is necessarily as successful as every other in this department, but we really need to make sure that this is going to be the case going in PoE 2. And so effectively, yes, there'll be in-game content all the time. And especially at the beginning, as we're doing more porting of PoE 1 systems over into PoE 2. This will be during the beta. We're doing a lot of this, by the way. That in-game content, even during the beta period, the in-game content will expand very significantly just during that. We're running up to the line here as far as getting the game out into early access at the point where we can do it. We were really hoping to get a lot of that PoE 1 content ported in before that point, but it looks like it's going to be during early access, and I think that will honestly be fine, because even just given that the campaign is all new, even just getting through all of the content that's there will take people a very long time. I don't think they're going to miss the fact that we take a little bit longer to get all of that extra league content in there as well. A lot of that will be coming in during that. I would imagine, especially especially the early days of the beta. Of course, assuming we're not saturated completely by player feedback forcing us to completely change how everything works, I guess. So assuming that the beta actually works out okay, then yes, we should be able to get a lot of that stuff in pretty quickly.
Okay. Yeah, you talked a lot about the beta already. And I'm sure there's gonna be a lot of stuff to do, but most of the players playing the beta are probably also the most like enthusiastic and the most experienced players, I imagine, because with the you can like sign up, and I guess you're gonna invite some people as well yourselves. So let's see how long it will actually take to get through the end. But I'm excited.
I mean,
to see
I'm hoping it'll take them a while, especially to get to the pinnacle of what is in the beta. I hope it will take them quite a while. I mean, I guess we'll see. But yeah, like I mean, there's quite a lot. I mean, it always surprises me what the players can manage to do. But I'm hoping it'll be. I mean, so that's the other thing as well, is at some point before the beta release, we'll have to. I'm sure we'll have like a NDA'd, like private sort of alpha where we can at least get some of the most absolutely ridiculous people in to kind of like just test whether or not the progression is too easy or something like that. So there'll be a little bit of that going on a little bit before the beta as well. But I am hoping that we'll be able to get that fairly correct at the start. But you never know. And I guess the other thing as well is it's better to go too hard than too easy, because making things easier is very easy to do. Making things harder is a bit more of a thing. So yeah, we're definitely err on the side of hardness rather than easiness in that case.
I think that's a pretty good approach to have, to be honest.
Right,
Because number one, people are completely new to the game, and they will immediately learn something about the game as they play through it, right? And I think it's also something he talked about in another interview where he said, okay, like he fought the boss for 5 minutes and he fought it for like 2 minutes the next time. So
right.
Establishing a kind of like a baseline difficulty that is like not too low is kind of important to keep it interesting when you go through it every single time, right?
For sure.
Yeah. So that's good. Do you have anything else to share about the beta already in terms of like how long is it gonna last? I heard like 3 to 6 months is like the expected range or something.
Well,
are there
I think
like
it's
any
more
more
likely.
concrete plans?
I think it's more likely to be 6 than 3, very frankly. I think 6 is a much more realistic timeline. But we don't necessarily have an exact okay, this is exactly how long it's going to be. Like I think it's a folly to even do that. Like it's better to just maybe it is ready after 6 months, and maybe that's fine. But I think it's better to just wait until we feel like we know for sure that the game is ready for the swamp of the absolute swarming of players that will be that will be happening upon release. And so yeah, we wouldn't want to I wouldn't want to go too early and and not having ironed out all of the problems that I am sure we will have when we get started. So yeah,
Okay.
I think 6 months is sort of like a good time, but you never know. It could be a little bit longer. I mean, I would be really keen to get the game out in 2024. That would be good. But as I said, we have to be open to whatever we need to do.
Like if you actually want to try to get it out in 2024, it sounds more like it's kind of like a launch directly from beta into the actual launch. Are you planning to do that?
I mean, we wouldn't. There would be no gap between having the early access period and release. Like it would definitely be we wouldn't have a period where you can't play or anything like that. Like once the beta is finished, then we'll be releasing. I mean, sure, there might be like a few hours of downtime, but it's certainly like going one to the other. It's not like some separate process here.
Okay, I actually expected there would be like quite a gap, and then you're gonna go back to fixing, and that's pretty.
I mean, look, I want people to be able to play the beta as if it's a full complete game, right?
Diablo 4 player amazed at a normal beta structure.
Right? Like I don't want them to feel like, oh, this is just some. It isn't. I mean, sure, it is a test internally for us, like that is the case, but it's certainly not the. But like. I mean, we're attempting to release a full game here. You know what I mean? Like this is sure we need a testing period to get everything right, but we're attempting to actually, make this like a product that you could play as if it was a released game. And I would hope that the quality of the beta is better than, like most AAA games that are released these days. Which can have certainly some teething problems. I would hope we could actually do better than that upon the start of our beta, but certainly by the end of beta, we need to be completely rock solid. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that definitely makes me a lot more excited as well for June, and I guess a lot of others here as well. Can you share, like, roughly how many players do you expect or you want to have in the beta?
Well, I want a lot of players because you need a lot of players to really test the economy. And so while there will, look, we're likely to run it very similarly to how we have in the past with betas. So in like 3.0 when we released that, we did give a lot of players access, but then also there was a way to get into the beta if you wanted to, aside from that. Like, you could just effectively, if you bought supporter packs, there was ways to get in. So that kind of thing is very likely what we'll still do. So I think anyone who wants to play the beta will be able to do so. Like, we're not really intending to like limit it to some small community or something. For the alpha, it's different, but for beta, we want that to go wide and large and have as many people as we possibly can to be testing and that. Because as I said, for economic reasons, you want to really make sure that that's solid. And so yeah, that you need to have it like
D4 insults in a
Okay,
trench
that sounds
coat.
good. And also, like, I know there's like some, like for current PoE1 leagues, there's like some early access, like, small tests that they do. Is that also something you want to try to, like, bring forward in PoE2, where new leagues, for example, are tested in advance by, like, some people, or is that going to be like a bigger system? For example, Yeah.
I honestly think that we could probably do better there. The trouble is
Oh,
that
what was the question? I was too busy thinking about D4 insults in a trench coat.
Is that also something you want to try to, like, bring forward in PoE2?
it's not much.
Okay, that sounds good. And also, like, I know there's like some, like for current PoE1 leagues, there's like some early access, like, small tests that they do. Is that also something you want to try to, like, bring forward in PoE2, where new leagues, for example, are tested in advance by, like, some people, or is that going to be like a bigger system? For example, Yeah.
I honestly think that we could probably do better there. The trouble is that it's hard to get a lot of time to between when it's ready enough to actually do some testing and when the actual release is. We need to definitely do better here. Actually, the current league in development for Path of Exile 1, I believe that there is an alpha of that going up very soon. This is not the kind of thing the player base would usually hear about because the stuff is not talked about and we tell people not to talk about it. But we're getting to the point where 3.24 is, I believe, going to have an alpha very soon. And that's because there's a few changes in it that we wanted to get more testing on than usual. So like that's the kind of thing that that ideally we'd be able to do more. But I mean, we as a studio we actually do like get like things are.
Yeah, I hate public PTR too. I mean, I think PoE too. I mean, I think PoE's current system for beta is pretty good. It's never really leaked. I mean, sometimes it is. There's been like 2 or 3, I think, in the past couple of years, but it's definitely locked down and not dog shit like Blizzard, where you finish it all before the game's even released. That's something I really didn't like about Last Epoch, was that basically every Last Epoch creator had already played the release game.
Getting worked on pretty close to the line. Like we're pretty fast and loose sometimes with some of that stuff. So yeah, like it can be, it would be very hard to get more than like a couple of weeks of actual alpha for a league like possible. I think that would be very hard. But ideally, we should be able to do something like that because it is.
I mean, it's going to
valuable.
invite Ben and Karn, and they don't need many weeks for testing, so that would be an option. Right? But yeah, okay. Yeah, so that's a lot of really cool info about the beta already. So I'm very excited, and
Awesome.
yeah, especially with like the fact that you don't want to have a gap between the beta and the launch. Is there like something that potentially people might carry over from the beta, or is this going to be?
I mean, what? Is this something? Why is this something different game studios actually do? Have like a gap between beta and the launch? Like, I don't see what the point of that would be. Why would you? I don't know. But why? Shut up, bug. Hey, simmer down.
Have a clean wipe afterwards, and that's it.
So what we're planning on doing, although this plan could change, is that we'll probably in Path of Exile, when you finish a league, things go to standard. What we're considering doing here is having like a cordoned off like beta league that you can't create characters in later, but effectively just means that like you've got all the stuff, like all the items and stuff that you did during the beta would just kind of live in there, and you could keep playing that character if you want, but it's kind of like probably not going to be the main realm, and like we won't like have like we'll probably like take down ladders for it and all that other stuff. Like, you know, just it won't really be like it'll. But we don't want to really delete anything if we don't have to. Now that may be impossible, but I don't think it will be. I think we should be able to do that, and that will just mean that if you do play the beta and you, for whatever reason, you just want to like play on that same character again, then you'll be able to. I suspect you'll be able to do that. But the peril of that is going to be.
Stupid cat. All right, get in here.
That during the beta period we have to be unashamed about like changing how shit works, and that means that your character might not necessarily be actually really functional afterwards. You know, like it might be that it doesn't kind of like, you know, the combos you're doing don't quite work the same way or whatever like that. So I can't guarantee that those characters will actually be necessarily useful to you, but there's no real reason for us to delete that stuff if we don't have to. If it's not part of the main game economy, it can just kind of live where it is. So that's likely what we'll do. But as I said, we'll see how things actually look. There's probably going to be a few cases where we kind of do that process during the beta as well, like where we take all the characters and we want to have a fresh economy start within the beta. So we move all of the old beta characters into, you know, effectively beta standard or whatever you want to call it. And then so people can still play them if they want, but like the intention is that the feedback we want is from the new economy rather than the existing stuff. So anytime we make a change that's large enough that sort of needs that kind of thing, that's what we'll have to do. And I'm sure we'll want to have at least 2 resets during the beta, but you know, we'll see about more. And then probably what that will, you know, it's funny because what it will probably feel like is a bit like League launches and PoE 1 do now, because except more frequent, because since we're going to be adding League content back in, it'll be like, hey, look, this is the, you know, we've got a new beta league. It's got like these like extra, you know, League PoE 1 leagues ported in, so it'll feel a little bit like a kind of mini league launch within the beta, I'm hoping, as well as extra content like you know, there's going to be more bosses and stuff added that need to be added during the beta, and more skill.
I'm curious how the beta will be handled though. Is it going to be like, is there going to be like a race that you're disqualified from if you play in the beta, because that's how it works? So I don't know.
Skills and all sorts of stuff like that. So yeah, I'm hoping that they'll feel like quite hefty little content updates. And you know, it's funny, the content during the beta will probably feel like it's coming thick and fast because we have a lot of content that was first pass complete but wasn't probably not going to be quite ready for the beta. So there'll be a lot of bosses and skills and all that sort of stuff that, like, you know, they kind of got somewhere but they didn't get, they're not good, they're not probably going to be good enough to go in the beta. So there'll be quite a lot of stuff rolling out during that period. So yeah, my hope is like the start of the beta is bigger than most games that come out, but then also you receive a ridiculous amount of content during the beta too. So I suspect it will feel like it's pretty worthwhile to play.
I'm certain that's going to be a huge incentive for people to actually also, you know, try to get into the beta and, you know, like be part of that. It sounds like a very unique experience as well to have for
I hope it's going to be. I mean, I am really imagining it's going to be a lot of fun when we can do that. Plus, it'll be nice to like be, because I mean, I don't really work on PoE 1 at this point, and it'll be nice to be working on a game again that has players that you can kind of like, you know, like respond to that and like talk to them in game and like do all that sort of stuff. Like that's a fun sort of time that I haven't got to have for a little while now. So you know, I kind of want to get back into that mode of just like playing the game, seeing the changes, pushing changes to production. It's fun.
Okay, you guys heard him, yeah? Log in. Okay, so since I have a question for later, but I'm gonna just pull that to now, and that is about leaks and expansions, since you talk about the timelines right now. So when would be the first league planned? Is it going to be like right on the official launch, or are you planning to like actually like, okay, you go from closed beta to launch, and then there's maybe like a little bit of a period where it like kind of settles, and then you launch the first league, or what's the plan?
We actually discussed this, and I don't know that I am fully sure one way or the other. And I think it's going to depend a little bit on how the end of the beta looks. Like if there's like a bunch of content that's going to go in at launch, then it may be that we don't necessarily have to have a league. But if all that content is at Endgame, then I think we would need a league because we want new stuff throughout the campaign as well. So like so definitely at release we'll have the in-game storyline, like that's going in at that point. But I don't think that counts as enough for the launch to be different from the beta enough. And so, as I said, it's going to depend a little bit whether we need to make a league. That's going to depend on how the beta. Like I suspect that if the beta was shorter, we might not have a league, but if the beta is longer, we might have one. So yeah, as I said, it's going to depend a little bit on how that goes. But I mean, it would be nice to have a league at launch as well. On the other hand, we need to make sure that it's one that doesn't interfere with the feel of the game too much, because there's going to be like a whole flood of new players coming in, and we don't want something that's going to feel kind of like out of, like some of the PoE 1 leagues we put in, like if you're a new player coming into the game, they probably feel a bit strange to have this like, oh, you like walk out of town and there's immediately this like totally weird thing. Like it's kind of like we need to make sure that whatever the league is that we do at launch is not going to feel like that. It needs to kind of feel natural in the world and not be too strange. So yeah, I don't have an exact plan for this honestly, and it's going to come down to feel as we approach the time when release happens. But I guess the main key takeaway from that is like, as we go into release, we want to make sure that it does feel like there's a change up from what the last beta league, if you will, was. That it feels like there's something new going on, so that you actually have like a new play experience.
Okay, I mean, ultimately, I guess in terms of like the overall player base they're going to have on launch, the beta player base is still relatively small, I think. So it probably won't matter.
Sure, it'll be smaller,
much.
But I hope it's not too small, right? Like I want, I do, and the thing is, I mean, and they're our most hardcore players, and we want to make sure they're having a good time. So like we do care about this. Like we care about the, like, as I said before, like we want the beta players to feel like they are playing a released game. You know what I mean? It shouldn't feel like, I'm just doing some testing here. Like, yes, they are,
Yeah.
but it's still like it's still a game we're giving them. You know what I mean? Like they still matter as players, so we have to make sure that the release to them feels like a substantial update that they're going to enjoy.
Okay, yeah, it's very reassuring to hear. So I'm very happy about that. Okay, another question about the leagues and expansions. So do you have like kind of like a similar model planned compared to PoE 1, where you have roughly a 3-month cycle? And then you have like, a few kind of smaller leagues, and you have like, maybe every 5 leagues or so is kind of like a bigger expansion where you add like, something like, War of the Atlas, Siege of the Atlas, these kind of things. Yep. How's that going to go exactly?
Yeah, so that's my hope to do. I mean, look, we like our model. That's the reason, we've stuck with it for so long. So yes, effectively that it'll be like that. I mean, I would hope that you don't get the feeling of like smaller leagues, and because they should all feel very
yeah,
substantial.
I wasn't trying to like down talk them,
updates.
But
yeah.
You understand what I mean.
But in terms of the thing that the kind of expansions go on, and ideally we're doing them about once a year, although if we can do them faster than that would be fine. But like I think like the best would be if we can do like the December leagues are kind of in-game stuff. So usually those big expansions were kind of like in-game content, as opposed to kind of that is to say like changing the core of the in-game.
I wonder if they'll actually be able to get back on track with league releases on PoE 2 releases, instead of it being maybe it's 4 months, maybe it's 4.5, maybe it's 3, but probably not. Hey, thanks for the 10 gift subs, Mr. Fears. And thanks for the 4-month resub, Adium.
And things like War of the Atlas and so on are like that. So that's likely to be what we do. But as we always kind of try to keep like we do what the game needs at the end of the day. Like, so I don't want to necessarily be held to that exact like thing. We do what we can. But yes, ideally we're doing those larger expansions approximately once per year, and that is the stuff that generally speaking, it's the kind of like the more kind of environment art heavy stuff that takes a long time. Where you can't just do like, you can make like a couple of areas from start to finish in 3 months, but it's very hard to make like a whole kind of like a whole new set of environments or something within that amount of time. So it takes more preparation, and that's the kind of reason why those kind of things tend to go a bit longer. But the nice thing will be that like effectively PoE1 hasn't had the whole giant team of PoE2 developers working for it and making content for it this whole time, except indirectly. And so then once we actually have PoE2 released, there's going to just be a lot more developers apparently working on the live shipping game. So that's going to be there'll be a lot of content due to that reason.
Okay. One last question about like expansions is, are you planning to ever add more classes to PoE2? Because you're starting with 12 classes, but
Right.
there's like a very saturated roster, I feel.
Wait,
And
what?
I wonder
It
if there's
is.
like anything that you
I didn't. 12 I have not heard that. There's gonna be 12. Wait, like. Huh? Oh, I did not know that. Original and 6. Oh shit, dude. I did not know that. They've all been teased now. I guess. Wait, what are the new ones? There's Monk, Mercenary. Is the Barbarian being considered a new one, or is that just Marauder? Druid?
think you could still cover that. It's not
Sorceress, Monk. Sorceress isn't the same as Witch. Huntress isn't the same as Ranger. Is that the same shit?
already present.
I don't think that we would have any more like base classes. I could see ourselves adding more ascendancy classes, but that would be kind of like, I don't think we need to do that in the near future. There's quite a lot going on there already, and plenty of other stuff for us to do. So yeah, potentially ascendancy classes, but we'll see. We might have enough.
I guess a lot of people would like ask about at least the return of the Scion or something. So I guess that might be an opportunity, but yeah.
I don't think we want to have the Scion back again.
Why not?
I don't think what it did, the Scion, was kind of force our hand in certain ways to do with how the center of the skill tree is, and we have to support paths that go through the center, and that kind of changed just the way that there's just all the stuff to considerations to do with how many points you need to allocate to get from one thing to the other. And it kind of just it was a bit annoying to have to deal with in certain cases about where we can put things and like where we want them to be relative, like how many points do we want this class to be able to take to get to that node, this kind of question. And so the Scion, the center of the tree, I would like kind of as just had certain considerations about it that made it a little bit more difficult to plan around. And so I don't really think that with all the classes that we have now that we didn't necessarily need it anymore. I mean, you can still do anything ultimately with any character class if you're willing to sacrifice a certain number of points to be able to do that. But I just don't think the Scion was really necessary.
Too bad, because I'm actually a Scion enjoyer myself. So
okay, fair enough.
But okay,
what do you like about it though? Like, what's the thing? What's the draw?
The draw for me was just that I could do like these really weird combos between different classes. Sure. So they had like they already had like easy solutions.
Yeah, but Scion didn't really isn't like. It seems interesting, but in reality, it doesn't really end up that way. Majority of the time, what ends up happening with Scion is like, it's just a weaker version of another ascendancy.
To certain things. Okay, I can just pick up, like this Ranger thing, I get my frenzy charges, I can pick up this Shadow thing, get my power charges, and
right. Yeah. I mean, we still definitely have a game where you can do that. There will be different I mean, like I guess no one's really seen the tree yet, so they don't really sort of understand how it is now. But yeah, like and I guess I don't really want to talk too much about it either because you know, there'll probably be some actual like deep dives on the passive tree later on. But yeah, like I mean, it's I guess I would just say that like yeah, like you'll still be able to do like cross-class stuff. That's very important to us. And so you know, yeah, we aren't a game that just locks you off to you know to one particular thing, and that's still very much the case in PoE2 as well.
Are you guys gonna preview the passive tree at some point before the launch of the beta? Is there gonna be?
I'm sure we will. The thing with it though is that it's probably hard to really be certain about the tree until we've finished enough of what we need to do with regard to the classes, like skills and everything. And we also don't necessarily want to like show our hand too early with it because until we're really certain about a lot of things. So yeah, we've kind of been a bit coy about it. We've shown a few, like we've like, you know, we'll open up it on in certain cases and like show a little section of it just to demonstrate a point. But I think it'll probably be a lot closer towards the release before we actually show the whole thing. But I do think that there will come a point where we want to do that, especially, I mean, certainly at the point where we have like a kind of slightly more expensive alpha, I'm sure we'll want to be able to show it by then. So, you know, it should be okay.
Okay. Yeah, fine. Okay. I have another topic, and that is trade.
I like the Maple Story numbers. Wait. Who is that? With the cow? What? Who is that? Someone milking content?
So I know you talked about this a lot with this in the interview, and I just want to like kind of ask a few follow-up questions, and I'm not sure if like they were maybe answered already, but it sounds like you're planning to introduce something like an auction house in the game, where like some kind of in-game trading system at least, where there might be like some instant buyouts.
It won't necessarily be exactly like an auction house that you imagine, at least not for everything. But but certainly it's a system that does allow you to do all the things that I was talking about in that interview with regards to instant buyouts and searching and all that sort of stuff. So,
okay, I mean, however that looks, okay,
but yes.
Yeah, so my questions would be, so what about people that just have friends or play together in like, you know, group found and these kind of things? Will you always have to go through that trade system, or can you just still do player to player?
So we're not going to restrict trade to only the system. The system is for people who want to use it, but we still want have normal player to player trade, and you can just use the old system if you want as it is, and it kind of has to be that way. I mean, like we like. I don't want it to feel like I'm taking away anything usually, and like I think that we will be okay to have both systems exist. So like that system with the downsides that it has, if you still want to engage with it, that's just fine. And I feel like it kind of has to be that way because, and it's a little bit more nebulous of an answer here, but it's like I feel like if you remove regular player to player trade, that just won't. It'll feel too controlled. Like we want items to feel like you really own them, and part of that is the ability to give them to someone, like not to lock them down in annoying ways. So like. The system that we talked about there, like gold is the thing that mediates it, but it's like it should feel natural because it's like, hey, like here's a guy who's going to go off and sell the item for you. You're paying him for this process. You know what I mean? Like, so therefore it doesn't like it will feel in world and reasonable, but like, and that's kind of important to us, I guess, is just like the feeling of like this. Okay, why could I not give my friend an item? Right? It doesn't make physical sense. So like,
yeah,
like this kind of stuff actually matters a lot to us. Like the feeling of like this is a real world and not just like a database is like super important. And and so you know like you have to have the ability to just give your friend an item and like to do like a proper trade for that to be the case. And so yeah, like we can have another system that involves gold, but that's because you're literally paying an NPC to mediate a trade for you, right? Like that's the price you're paying them to do this, and that's fine. But yeah, but as I said, you still have to have the real physical, just like I can give you something. That's cool. It's in world. It makes sense, you know.
Okay, I'm just wondering like how are you gonna try to mediate this then? Like, okay, gold is supposed to be the resource for, that trading system, and then there's still player-to-player trade. So are you still gonna maintain like the trade site on the web, for example, so that people can try?
Well, that
try
trade that trade site will almost certainly be the interface for the for the buyout trades as well. Like we have that interface, like it still allows us to to be able to.
I wonder, did I ever mention putting that in game? Because that's something people want.
To do stuff, right? Like that is like that interface is good as far as finding items goes. The issues around it are all to do with things that are what do you call it? Like effects that are caused by the fact there aren't instant buyouts, right? Because the moment that you can't rely on someone actually following through to the trade, it incentivizes all sorts of behavior that that is bad and people don't like.
That's the cure to all your stomach problems. Like, Pilk and Burger King.
But there's nothing actually wrong with the way that.
Hey, I was talking about this the other day, actually. The only time I don't have stomach problems is when I eat fast food. Can anybody explain that?
You find items there. So I still like that kind of interface. And I think probably a lot of people are assuming that there'd be like an in-game, like you just search in-game. And we could do that. But it's actually a lot easier to make the kind of interface for finding items on in the web. So we'll probably still go with that. That isn't to say that we won't necessarily put an interface like that in the game eventually. But certainly to start out with, I don't see any reason why we can't just use the web interface for searching stuff and doing that kind of
thing. So if I understand this correctly, you're gonna have the gold system, like the trade system, tied to this website, and this is where people search items, and this is where you have the instant buyout. So how do you prevent people from just...
What it will probably be is like on the website, it's like you've got a tick box for like, do you want to see instant buyouts only? And if and that'll probably be checked by default. And then if you want to turn that off and see all the items that people list that aren't through that system where there's no gold price for mediating them, then sure, go right ahead. And if you do want to turn that on so you can see the instant buyouts, then sure, which is what most players I suspect will want to do. So yeah, if you want to buy something instantly, you pay gold as well as the price the person listed. If you want to have to deal with someone with a physical trade, you don't want to pay the gold price, you go do that. You know what I mean?
I wonder how expensive that'll be.
We just have to make sure that yes. So we just have to make sure that we're effectively making the gold price such that it feels like a reasonable thing, and ideally we get the balance of this correctly, so that it kind of like most of the time you're not going to really want to bother with the other system. But I mean, the other thing I did say on that
I've got problems with everything except Burger King and Taco Bell.
Trading for currency does need to be cheap through the system, because currency is something you trade all the time, and the other thing as well is that the system for currency may end up looking a little different than the system for other items, which I won't go too much into now, but currency has its own sort of unique things going on with it that means that we kind of need to do a little bit more, I think, to make that work well. So anyway, I'm not going to talk too much more about that, but effectively currency versus non-currency probably needs to be a little bit different. And in particular for currency, I don't want you to have to go to a website to do that. You should be able to just do currency straight in game without having to do anything. Because once again, there's not like some big search interface you need for currency, right? You just pick what currency item you want. So therefore, it can be a bit different.
That reminds me of like the Age of Empires like marketplace where you can like buy and sell wood or something. So I'm not sure if you're aware of that, how that works, but it's like depending on the in-game economy.
It's been a while since I played Age of Empires, but sure. I mean, we'll see.
But yeah, okay. But yeah, it sounds really cool. So I was wondering actually like how you would handle this. Like if you have like a system for like the gold trade, the instant buyout. So gold will only be used for the instant buyout, but you can still list items and not pay the gold fee. But then you have to trade the player to player.
Correct.
Okay, that's actually a pretty good solution, I think. So I think that will work out pretty well. Okay. Last question related to that topic is what about SSF? Do you have any plans for like making SSF like more accessible, making like SSF only features or something like that? For example, currently like Last Epoch has previewed their faction system. I'm sure you know about it. Yep. And I think that is actually a really good way of incentivizing and also just like rewarding SSF play in some way where okay, there could be like this, feeling of accomplishment. Okay, I did everything on my own and all that. But I guess especially as the game matures, there's more stuff to do. Having this kind of target farming options are really useful. So if you have anything to share.
Well, I guess it comes down to the goal of SSF. Like you talk about incentivizing SSF, and I guess the question is do we want to incentivize SSF? Like what's the reason for doing that? Because I think that our goal here is to provide a game mode that certain people will enjoy, but our goal is not necessarily that everyone should have to enjoy that. You know what I mean? Like guess I would say that like that isn't necessarily a thing that I'm too worried about, so long as you look at the regular league and you're like, I do want to play that. You know what I mean? So like it becomes a problem at the point where you're like, there's no mode for me. But I don't necessarily think we have to be saying that, like we have to make SSF good for everyone, right? Like I don't necessarily have the goal of everyone.
Yeah,
wants
that's
to play
not
SSF,
exactly what I meant. I don't want everyone to play SSF.
I know, I do know what you're saying, but I guess I do see that it is relevant because what I'm saying is that to me, if we made it so that SSF had systems whereby you got extra rewards, like that were different from the base game, I guess that there's a lot of people who would see that.
I mean, I think it's fine in general for games to be like centered around SSF, but like every single game pretty much is centered around SSF. If it's an option, I feel like PoE shouldn't be that way. It should still be the grind fest. That's what makes it fun. Not every game has to be you're done in 3 days.
That as something that they wouldn't feel happy about. And you can argue, sure, you can have other modes, right? You can have like, more things. You can have SSF with bonuses and SSF without them, and so on. Like you could do things like that. But I don't know that I don't know that I really want to get into it. On the other hand, like I have softened a little bit on this. Like so. My initial reaction to this kind of stuff is like I just don't want SSF to be different, right? Like if you are playing a mode where it's supposed to be the game accepts like you have this restriction and it's harder. On the other hand, you could argue that, and like there's another element to that, which is that we don't want to make it so that you play SSF and then like until you've got enough stuff and then you switch to Trade League after that or something like that. Like this, I think would be bad. And the reason why we can allow migration right now is because of the fact that there's no advantage to playing SSF, right? Like it would be exactly the same if you just played non-SSF without trading with anyone and then decided to trade later. So that means SSF, the sanctity of SSF is kind of like the ability to migrate it is fine. If we did have bonuses in SSF, that would mean that, and I believe what they do in Last Epoch is they don't allow the kind of the universe of items to ever. Like,
yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean?
You
like
can't
they have
mix them,
SSF
exactly,
items and they've got non-SSF items, and you can't like they're not exchangeable, right?
Yes.
So they solve that problem that way. But I don't believe that exactly means that you can exactly migrate something. And there's still something like I still worry in that situation that it's still going to be the right answer is going to be level an SSF and then change over to non-SSF for not leveling. Even when the items are not portable, you still have a character that effectively is. And I wouldn't want that to be the solution. So effectively, if we were to add an advantage in SSF, I mean, you'd have to make it so that then it was not movable back to standard again. And I guess you could do that once again. Like there's things we could do here. I just don't know that I really necessarily want to. And as I said,
to be honest, I'm very much with you there. So I don't really want to see an advantage on it. It was mostly just a question that came up, and I was like keen to ask it.
Fair enough. Yeah,
So-
fair enough. Okay.
I'm personally an SSF enjoy the way it is, and I also enjoy the trade for what it is. So I think lots of the points you make are good and they make sense to most people.
Sure.
So.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I probably was rambling on a bit much there.
Yeah. All right. Let's move on. I have a few other topics, so I want to go through them. Next big topic would be quality of life features. So I know that in general you are trying to cut back on the amount of loot that drops. You want to try to make loot more relevant. Less currency, less items, etc. Which I guess everyone would agree is definitely a better experience for everyone. Yeah. And in general, like how open are you to like stuff like auto pickup, auto stashing of like you already have like for example the affinities in the stash, but for example you can just press one button and everything goes everywhere, or for example pets that pick up gold for you, like this is like a thing. So if you have anything to elaborate, yeah.
Right. So we did do auto pickup for gold. So that's there. So like it picks up as you walk near it. That's kind of like just nice.
Okay. Important question. is there gonna be
Yeah.
pickup radius?
Like a stat.
Yeah, or something that you could make to include it.
I don't. I mean, I'm not going to say never, but like, it's not something that I immediately am like, oh yeah, we should add that. Like, I don't think I want a stat for that really.
Okay.
But as for auto pickup,
Yeah, but he didn't mean it like a stat.
okay, like for non-gold, I don't love it, and this
I'm
comes back to what I was saying
pretty
earlier about the whole like I don't want the game to feel like a database. Like there's an element of like you pick stuff up and so on. Like auto stashing is something where okay, so the tab affinity system does get a lot of that going. And that was about as far as I was able to push Chris as far as auto stashing is concerned. Like he's very much in the camp of that, of like not wanting to make it too easy. So auto stashing was my way of making it so that you can kind of make that easier without having to necessarily get to the point where it's literally just a button and everything happens. So I don't know that I'm that keen to go that far, but honestly, like how much further do you need to go? Like if you at some point it's like you should have to at least click once to stash an item. I feel like it is actually okay.
I guess it really depends on like how much you actually.
Yeah, I don't know how we played without affinities, dude. It's so fucking bad. It's so bad.
You're gonna carry out of a map into
I
the
do
town, right?
I think a lot of people do play PoE like it's an idle game, basically. So I mean, a lot of people do want to see it become more that way.
So yeah, it does, and so yeah, PoE 1 and 2 are a bit of a different beast in this regard. Since like at the point where PoE 1 is now, it's like there is really ridiculous amounts of stuff, and it's kind of it's kind of gone a little bit beyond the pale, especially in the last league, which I worry there's going to be a bit of a hangover for, because since the league mechanic won't be in the next league, it'll be different. There's definitely going to be a bit of a hangover as far as amount of item drops goes. Like it'll feel like a lot less than it was in the last league due to all the wisps. But yeah, in any case, especially the last league, yeah, there are for sure too many items. So my suspicion is that this won't be a particular problem. But I guess like people want things. Like if it really got to the point where we like it felt really necessary, I guess I would start to feel maybe that could be okay. But at this point, I really don't want to have to do like auto stashing and auto pickup and these kind of features. I don't love them.
Okay, fair enough. I guess as I said also earlier, and you confirmed, like there's less loot, there's less stuff to do, but less stuff to pick up, and
yeah, there's stuff to pick up for sure.
How is the inventory space though? Like I haven't actually seen like the previews. Like is that something that you
want
to?
As it is in...
It's the same, and like okay, so you have like roughly the same size of items that you can pick up. Okay.
Yep. Pretty much no changes there.
Okay, interesting. Okay. Yeah. One topic that
just another thing, by the way, like because what I suspect you're getting at there is like, are we going to move to one slot items like a lot of other games have? And that's a thing that I really hate, just by the way, like one slot items. I just like they seem super ultra lame to me. And it literally just comes down to one of those game feel things of like I want like the art to like reflect the size of the actual item, and
I agree with that.
making an armor cool, like part of that is having a big icon for it versus like a small one, and it's just things like that, right? Like it's just one of those things that I am personally a fan of the inventory Tetris.
Dude, what if there's what if they make imagine they make a mirror drop and it's half your inventory? Different size currencies.
Even though I know some people maybe
I mean, myself included, actually. Like I also, I like the more like realistic feel, I guess, the more RPG feel that you get from that, so to say. Yep. So that's definitely important, I feel. So that's cool. Okay. I think you talked about loot filters in an interview as well, but I wasn't really 100% sure about the conclusions there. So we're not going to see any in-game loot filters. Is that correct?
I mean, we have in-game loot filters in the sense that the game interprets the loot file and parse it just like in PoE 1. Like it's there. It's just that what we don't have is the like what some people were asking for is like an in-game interface for customizing it.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Which I was kind of the opinion that like that a website can probably just do better. I don't really, and it's also like if the game is like got a UI for customizing loot filters in game, it kind of feels like you're saying that the game is telling you, well, you should have a loot filter, which I'm really hoping is not the case. And people want them and they can use them, and we're fine to support them. But I don't think that it necessarily should be the case that the game is like, okay, yeah, you're going to need a loot filter to play this thing. It's not something that I believe should be necessary if we're doing our job correctly.
I think that's a very optimistic outlook, but
it might be.
Yeah, it's
But
pretty,
I
it's
also,
pretty
I'm still of the opinion though,
optimistic, I
it's
think.
better for me to provide an interface, and then like for something like this, which is so like. If you're talking about something where the players want to really customize something, like if you're talking about player customization, I actually think the players do a better job of creating interfaces.
I mean, I get what he's saying, but that's probably not how PoE. I don't know. I think if you don't need a loot filter, that probably means there's not enough loot that's interesting.
For that stuff than we would.
Now maybe there's a way around that, but
which isn't to say we couldn't just make an in-game interface that's worse than what the community would make, which we could do, but it's like, well, why, right? The community have made good stuff already. Like I know that it's good. They might as well just use the stuff that's good that they have. So I guess I don't really understand the desire to put it in game versus having, the good tools that the community have already.
yeah, fair enough. But I feel like you have the option to, like, because you are making the game, and also you would make the loot filter in that case. Let's assume that.
I guess the question is the vision therefore has to be that someone believes that we could do a better job than what other people could do. And I actually don't know that I agree with that.
Now, my point would be, my point would be that it doesn't have to be perfect. It doesn't have to be like, there's 2,000 different sliders that they can do on filter plate or something. It's like very, very in depth. And I think this is not necessarily necessary for most people playing the game. If you can just do like some basic adjustments, okay, like there's like certain like filter levels, for example, and then you maybe like customize a bit. Okay, I want to see those base types. I want to see those currencies more, those less. There could be like a path forward. For like a simplistic system that is like easy to use, instead of like filter blade that is like, okay, some content creators make the filter for you, and that's it, and because they know how to do it.
Your concern there is that the community tools are too complicated?
Yes.
Right, okay, I understand. I think that I don't actually know for sure that, but I sort of suspect that there are other community tools that are simpler. But yeah, admittedly, like the one that people are going to get pushed towards will tend to be the one that the community rallies around as being the most fully featured, I suppose. So you kind of end up with that situation. I just like what I do find a little bit weird in games is when you have a thing where it's like, oh yeah, you could use this official thing, but that's kind of crappy, and the community have a better one, and that's the one you should really be using. And it's kind of like, well, why did we even bother? Like why would we bother making something that the community is immediately going to be like, well, there's a better one over here. And so it just kind of strikes me as like I could be doing stuff that the community can't be doing, so we should probably focus on those things and let the community do the things that they can do. I guess that's kind of my feeling around that stuff, which is maybe a little bit
I mean, I don't know why people hate alt tabbing so much unless your computer is... I only understand the hate of going out of the game is if your computer's from like 2010 and you actually cannot handle tabbing out. I really don't see the big deal of tabbing out to a trade site. I really don't understand the huge hate of that. It doesn't even matter 2 monitors, 1 monitor. Is it like... It's like... Say this is PoE and this is a trade site, okay? Boom. Boom. Oh shit. Is it really? I don't see the big deal. I don't see the big deal. Why waste dev time putting it in game? If it's in game, it's gonna be the same amount of button presses anyways. Maybe like one button press removed. It's like, holy shit, dude! I had to press 1 less button. That's nuts. This is life changing. Is it really that big of a deal?
Like, well, why did we even bother? Like why would we bother making something that the community is immediately going to be like, well, there's a better one over here. And so it just kind of strikes me as like I could be doing stuff that the community can't be doing. So we should probably focus on those things and let the community do the things that they can do. I I guess that's kind of my feeling around that stuff, which is maybe a little bit unconventional as far as game companies go. But I don't know. I guess it's just kind of how I feel about it. And I've said similar things before about like things like the trade side and so on. We did end up making one of those, and there were good reasons for that. But it's like I guess a lot of people seem to have a desire to push things always into the game client, and rather than out of it.
Maybe actually, so having something like Awakened Trade in game could be kind of nice, where you can press a button and then it opens a trade tab. That would be kind of nice. And I think that might be a good middle ground.
And I guess that I don't necessarily see
But
this
I don't
as
think
a
there's an
necessary
actual
barrier.
reason to put the
Like
entire
it is
thing in
okay
game.
to have things that are outside the game client. Like if you're on a PC, it's a multitasking operating system, right? Like you've probably got another freaking monitor sitting next to the one that you're working on right now. It's probably fine. It's probably better even to have another window that has like the whatever other thing it is you want to do. That's some kind of tooling around that stuff outside of that. It's like it'd be my preferred interface. So why would I not support that? You know what I mean? And like I worry that when you've got a desire to put something in game as opposed to outside of it, that's more a desire around you think that other people might find this better rather than something that you would actually prefer yourself. And so that's kind of where I come down to with this stuff. And I mean, like there's things like wikis and stuff like that as well, where it's like people will say, oh, you should put the wiki in game so that people can access it there. And I'm kind of like, well, yeah, but isn't a web browser a better way to browse a wiki? Like it's got all the features that like a web browser actually is a nicer experience for doing that stuff. It's like one of the things. I mean, as I said, like people will disagree about this, but I really do feel like that you are better off with another window open, clicking around in a wiki if you want that kind of extensive information.
I mean, I can see your point about a browser is better and like the wiki may be more rich and easier to navigate, but I mean. I think you might be underestimating how many people are actually annoyed by this, and
right,
also
maybe I am.
Yeah,
but the thing is, what's this? I guess I still don't understand the source of the annoyance. Like, what's the core of the issue that they're actually looking at here? Because I mean, I legitimately want to understand it. Like, what do you find
They just like to complain. That's what
annoying about having to open the wiki as opposed to
That's
having the wiki in the
literally
game? Like, what about that experience is different for you?
I guess the number one point that would come to my mind would be the immersion. Like you break the immersion, you
Right.
break the flow of the game.
So some kind of immersion breaking.
And
Okay, well, I mean, look, I
you
buy
go
that
out of the
argument, right?
game
Like,
and so on,
yeah.
right? So this would be
Right.
number one.
But the thing is, does it
I don't understand who plays ARPGs for immersion. It's like ARPGs have got to be the least immersion based game. Of like every game genre, I feel like ARPG is at the bottom for immersion. Like, what kind of game is less immersive than an ARPG? At least a game that's centered around like kind of reality, so not like card games or whatever, but like something where you're actually playing a character. What is less immersive? Like nothing. No, RTS, even an RTS is more immersive, I think. But still, I mean, RTS isn't really immersive, but at best, I'd put it on par with ARPGs.
the wiki feel more immersion? Does an in-game client wiki feel less immersion breaking than an out-of-game client one in that regard? Like, does that actually fix that problem? Like, this is a goal.
That's a good point too. I didn't even think about that. What's the difference of breaking your immersion if you tab out to a wiki or if you just open it in game and there's a wiki in game? That's a good point. How is that less immersion breaking?
That I do care about, right? Like immersion breaking. So let me tell you something about something that I do like though. Like the system that Baldur's Gate 3 has where you can like lock a pop-up and like see more information about an individual mechanic like that. That I think is an example of a really good system in a game where like I think like being able to see a mechanic quickly, like just the base of how it works in game, I think that's good, and we're going to have something like that. But I think that like the kind of wiki page where it's like, okay, here's like the millionth degree of how Ignite works, and like here's every unique that's relevant to Ignite, and like all of that kind of stuff. Like I think that that's where I'm kind of like, I don't know that opening that in the game client versus opening that in an external browser
Okay,
is necessarily changing anything about your immersion.
It depends a bit on like what you're gonna put in that wiki as well. Of course,
Yeah, for sure.
I wouldn't expect like a full list of like every single unique that works with Ignite here or something like that. So this is something that is a community resource clearly.
Right.
This is like more like guide territory. But for example, like just how does Ignite work? How does
I agree, and I actually do agree with that. And we are going to have a system for helping users with that kind of stuff, right? Like if an item mentions Ignite, you're going to be able to. There's a way to pop open a little box about what Ignite is and how it works. Like we are going to do that. But as I said, like I think that is fine and good, right? Like there are reasons to integrate something like that, but I wouldn't quite say that it extends to the degree that I would call that a wiki as such, because it's more about like tooltips about how individual mechanics work. And what it allows us especially to get rid of, which I don't like, is the way that when you there's quite a lot of extra. Okay, couple of things actually. There are some stats that are described like ultra annoyingly long in ways that make items look bad, and I would rather have the ability to pop open an extra box to explain how a stat works rather than have to have it inline in the stat in some cases, especially for fixed properties of those stats that are kind of the same. Like it's nice to just like give something a simple description and then be able to pop open like extra information in another box about that. And there's also some cases we've got like gray help text which only pops open when you press the modifier key to show extra information. And once again, it would be nicer rather than showing that in the item box to be able to show that like in a pop-up that you can open selectively, like with like a link there. Like this is kind of stuff I like to be able to do. So there's definitely be a lot more help in game in that respect, in that way. But as I said, I don't know that I would say that extends to a full wiki as such. So
fair enough. I think like even like having like more advanced tooltips that you can open up or like press a key for that already explain you these kind of things would also be extremely helpful already, and then you maybe don't need exactly this kind of like in-game wiki that I talked about. And of course there will be community resources anyway, but as long as like a player can like load up Path of Exile 2 and then just start blasting, and they're gonna be guided through the game enough by the game itself so that you can actually figure stuff out. That is important, I think.
That is important, and I also would say that I would want to make sure that.
Hey, my my status on Discord's a little. What's the rest of that word?
There aren't any mechanics that the game completely doesn't explain anywhere. Like I do agree that you want every mechanic, like, okay, we don't need to explain interactions or like the fact that other things exist, but I don't want it to be the case that like here is just a thing that you would have to open a wiki to be able to find out at.
Still be safe to use left click on scroll for stuff like wing items as long as we don't have to perform too many actions per second. I love diffusing could all find the click and hold could be as bad, if not worse, for the hands as repeated clicking is. I don't think that's laziness. I think he's talking about carpal tunnel. You have to hire someone from GG to come hold your mouse for you. It's a new MTX. Wait a minute. Okay, this though. It's still more finger action than the old scroll wheel tech. How the hell is holding your finger down on left click more finger action than scrolling constantly? Huh? Or is scroll wheel tech is this a euphemism for macro? It's constantly scrolling definitely seems worse than holding left click to me.
At all, right? Like there should be a thing that explains the basic information about how energy shield works. Like what is the base recharge delay of energy shield? There should be somewhere that says that, like things like that. And so yes, I agree that stuff needs to be in the game, right? It has to be stuff like that.
You can't. That's next league that they're adding
but
it.
at the same time, anything where it's like collation, I guess that's a different story for me, where it's like a larger like here's like, and especially like something where it's like, here are the repercussions of the way this works. I don't know that we should be in the business of explaining that either. Like, as in, like, because Ignite like, okay, we can explain here's how Ignite works, but we don't want to be like, because Ignite works this way, here are some other things that are going to work well with it. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think we should be going that.
Yeah,
far.
no, it doesn't have to be
really
that way at all.
like
This is something for the
level.
player to figure out. This is something where,
for sure.
this is the
Or
fun
to
of
Google
making
it,
a
right?
build, right? Yeah.
Or to Google it, that's fine too.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Or come to like a guide website or something, right? So this also
Sure,
works.
sure.
Yeah. Okay. It sounds nice, and I'm really excited to see how this is actually going to look in game with the especially advanced tooltips and so on.
Sure.
So I think that can work out really well. If
This
you
is
do
a
good
long
job
ass
at that.
interview. Holy.
So let's hope.
Well, out of interest, how did you feel about the bottle?
Sorry, how do you feel about it? I think we had a lag here.
Sorry. I was going to say, out of interest,
Yeah.
how did you feel about the Baldur's Gate 3 system as
Well,
as you played that?
I've actually not played. I've like seen a bit of Baldur's Gate, but I have not played it. But
Fair enough. Yeah, all good. Don't worry
I
about
get what you mean. So
Yeah, yeah,
I think that if you do it the way that I imagine, it will be fine. So
it. Sure. All good.
okay. There was one other point that actually came up in chat, which is nearby. So would you actually consider giving us a more clear way of like showing the radius in game, for example, like through those extra tooltips? Like imagine you hold down a button and you actually see like a circle around yourself that it has like a little marker that okay, this is this effect or something. I think that would be something very much appreciated.
I hadn't considered that exactly, but it is an interesting idea, so I'll bring it up with our UX guys. I certainly wouldn't want it to be something you could just show all the time, because that sort of feels a bit annoying to me. But I do sort of understand that you might want to be able to see some information about that kind of stuff. So I'll have a think about that, and it sounds like something interesting to me. So yeah, we'll discuss that.
Yeah, that sounds. Yeah, I think that would be very much appreciated. I know that PoE1 has done a change, and like most things are like actually in numbers now, so it's just like meters or something. But
yes,
that doesn't necessarily tell anyone anything if you don't know how far is a meter in game, right, or something. So
I guess so. I mean, I guess the hope there was at least gives you a sense of like broadly, like in a kind of relatively familiar unit, like what kind of I mean. People are approximately 1.8 meters tall, right? Like you kind of have like a vague feeling of like in game what sort of that is. But I do agree that being able to have some visualization for that might be kind of useful. Yeah, I'll think about how that could potentially work. It is interesting.
Clip RF with exactly 30% increase AoE equals nearby. Is that true?
Thing to me.
Okay, cool. All right. Just another small topic that I have is WSD movement. So you announced that, and like that looked really cool also in the mercenary preview. I really like that. And actually now having played with it in Diablo 4, because they actually just introduced that into the game there as well. I'm really a big WSD enjoyer. Now I don't do it all the time and so on, but it's definitely nice. So I wanted to ask about it.
I myself am now a WASD convert. I'm all my gameplay at the moment is WASD as well. So I'm a fan. It's good.
Yes, but you can basically only move like in 8 directions, right? So you're not gonna have like any. Okay, so you're gonna have like up, down, left, right, and like the combinations. Okay.
Well, I mean, if you use a controller, of course, you can move in any direction. But for the WASD, yep, it's 8 directions. I haven't found that personally to be a limitation. But just sort of feels natural.
Okay.
But
and you also intend that people can do this with melee characters, melee weapons, not just like range.
Absolutely. Yeah, as I said, I'm all my gameplay right now is that I like it. I prefer it, in fact.
Okay. I
See,
have a
already
follow-up
has
question there, and that is
controllers
also like, will you be able to like move your character while like interacting with the interface, like your skill tree, your inventory, and all these kind of things?
So we actually discussed this.
Oh shit! Play with a ball mouse for the precise WASD movement.
And for a moment there, we were kind of like, it's a bit of a shame that what it will mean is that all race events you have to be a WSD player to be a racer if we make it so you can do that. And then I was kind of like, okay, but I guess that's just how we have to accept, because it would be annoying to not have the ability to do your inventory while you're moving. So yes, you can use it and manipulate your inventory while you're walking around with WSD.
Oh shit!
And that's just
I didn't even think about that.
moving. So yes, you can accept, because it will be annoying to not have the ability to do your inventory while you're moving. So yes, you can use it and manipulate your inventory while you're walking around with WSD, and that's just kind of life. And I suppose the racers will just have to live with that, because
I didn't even
it's
think
straight up
about
an
that.
advantage for them to be using WSD to be able to move at the same time as manipulating their inventory. But yeah, like not having that would kind of be like spiting the whole player base just for the few people who are racing. Therefore, we just decided, yeah, it has to be that way.
Well,
But they already did that with Smoke Mine. That's exactly what they did with Smoke Mine and the other movement skill nerfs.
racer myself, I actually very much enjoy doing that while racing,
Okay,
because
sure.
it kind of makes me feel like there is no downtime. I don't actually have to like stand
Sure, yeah,
there and
yeah.
like look at my items and stuff. So that's
right.
actually really cool. Like I was really hoping to do
I'm
that.
still
to be
mad
honest.
about the Smoke Mine nerf.
So yeah, let's see what Taita Killer can do with that information.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, I want to talk about crafting. So this is another big topic, and obviously like very much ingrained in Path of Exile. Like
Sure.
basically all the currencies are crafting currencies and so on. And we do know that chaos always change and all that. But I want to ask about like the more general idea, like what is your vision for how people interact with crafting? Like how often are you gonna do that? Like what's the gameplay loop? Like are you gonna just every once in a while pick up an item, try your luck with a chaos, and then maybe something else? And
Yes.
like how's that gonna go?
Yes, I want you to be crafting a lot, much more than you are in Path of Exile 1. And I've discussed the chaos change, and I'm pretty sure I've discussed the implications of it as well. But effectively, like it should be a common situation where you pick up an item, or you pick up a rare, you're like, oh, this is close. Let me just try a chaos orb on it, see whether it improves it. Oh, it didn't. Oh well, throw it away. Then pick up another thing later. Like this is the kind of interaction that I want people to be having. So they're often engaging with that stuff, and that kind of thing. Like the other thing as well is that Path of Exile 1 has obviously got like a crazy amount of different crafting systems, and we do embrace that stuff. For Path of Exile 2, I am sure it will get to that point as well. But at the start, the plan is to kind of limit how many of those existing crafting systems can interact with as many of the other systems. How am I going to put this? Right, so like for example, and this isn't an exact match, but like let's say, for example, that we had like beast crafting from the Einhar system, for example. What we might do, and this is once again not a decision we actually did, but what we might do, for example, is be like, oh, that system only works on armors, and so therefore this is limited. And we have certain options in that system that we don't necessarily have as many options as we had before. We've got certain options. It's limited to body armors, for example, or whatever. And then like now it's kind of like this system is in scope when you're thinking about how to do my body armor, but that system is not in scope when you're thinking about how do I make a weapon. And so by effectively taking some of those systems and limiting the scope of where they are, or like maybe certain mods can only be done by certain systems and things like that. And what that effectively means is that like, yeah, there's still a variety of interesting stuff. Like it's cool to have like, I suddenly need to engage with this other system, and like I'm kind of interested to do that. But I think limiting the scope so that you don't get such a combinatorial explosion of how many different systems interact with a given item slot can be kind of important. And so that is a way to kind of still allow us to have a lot of systems without necessarily having each individual item slot choice be quite as impacted by it. That's the kind of that's the kind of thing I like. But I do actually like having a variety of different interesting systems that can interact in interesting ways. Like I find that personally quite compelling. Like not every player necessarily needs to know like about every single one of them, but it's kind of cool when you I think it gives you a reason to be like, oh, like suddenly I find myself needing to like engage with this crafting system I never had to engage with before, and that means I need to do this content I never bothered to engage with before, and that kind of thing kind of is interesting. Like it just kind of makes you give a little bit of a moment of like, oh, like here's the thing I never really explored before. I'm gonna like give that a shot now in order to be able to engage with this. And so I find that stuff quite interesting, personally.
It's crazy to me how many people think that's a bad thing. Like the amount of people are like, yeah, there's too many things to do that I have to maybe go do, and I don't know. I think it's pretty crazy how many people are like, yeah, they gotta remove 50% of these systems.
So yeah, that's kind of like
I guess
that's kind of why I like it.
Yeah, I guess my concern here would be that I think like Pathway Exile 1 crafting right now is relatively infrequent. Like you have problems
Yes.
with like, fixing your resistances and
Yes.
all these kind
Yes.
of things. And
But the
also
fun,
like most of the crafting processes you do are
yes,
mostly like higher end projects and you don't really
yes,
like, for
and
example, yeah.
the reason why that is because of Chaos Orb. Well, and a couple of things around that, right? Effectively, the base type. Once you've got a white base of a given thing, that's the only white base you ever need. So the existence of scouring and the way Chaos Orb works, and all of that base currency stuff, effectively means that the only crafting projects you can have are high end ones. But the moment that it isn't like that, the moment that you have the system working like how we have it in PoE 2, all those other crafting systems become something that you would use more frequently because of the little thing where you like you try a little upgrade, like try doing this system like on this, like you find something like it,
Okay.
it becomes a thing that's more reasonable.
Okay, in terms of the gameplay loop, I guess the idea here is that you way more often do like way smaller crafting projects and just brick your item and go again. And this is kind of the
But
idea here.
Yep, but there's still going to be crazy high-end crafting projects as well, right? Like we don't want to we don't want to lower the top end. We just want to drastically improve the bottom end. Bring the floor down a lot to where you'll be able to actually craft something much more often. So I do want players to engage with that stuff, and it also means that the currency actually gets sunk for its intended purpose if people are actually doing it all the time, which I think is a nice one.
And I think that the new Chaos Orb, so for the audience, if you don't know, it's like -1 affix, +1 affix.
Yes.
I think that's a really cool addition to the game. And
Mm-hmm.
do you generally like want to try to load this like high frequency spamming full RNG until you get the right thing?
So there are actually no more. There are no currency orbs. There are no currency items in Path of Exile 2 that would incentivize that. Right? Like there are certainly things you want to use repeatedly, like Chaos Orb, but you wouldn't just spam Chaos Orb, right? It doesn't do anything. It's not useful, right? You need to appreciate the result after each time, and like you're not just like, oh, I need this one thing. It's like you're modifying the item, and you're going to break it eventually if you just keep on using it. So effectively, like in fact, all currency items have gone this way, where there's nothing you need to spam anymore in PoE 2. And that wasn't like oh, we're going to remove this. Like this wasn't like necessarily a design goal initially. But then when we were nearly there, we realized, hey, there's just like a couple of other 1 or 2 changes we can make, and now there's nothing. And so yeah, now it's like every currency craft will be meaningful in some way. There's not just like use this thing again and again.
But how do you think that's gonna impact, for example, like map rolling or something, where like you try to avoid certain map mods? I guess the map mod system.
Dude, I really hope, now this is probably an unpopular opinion, but I hope maps in PoE 2, at least at the start for a while, ends up how like they used to be in PoE 1, where they're like really valuable. And not just you swim in a million of them and like you basically can't sustain T16 or whatever.
In general will change a little bit, but
and then like when you drop a high tier map, you're like, oh shit, I really gotta pump this up. Why would you want that? Because it's more exciting than just doing the same thing over and over a million times. Because now there's... I mean, it could be a think I do, but don't, but... I think it'd be more interesting, at least at the start.
Like... something to like break up the monotony. It's like you're
Never gonna be excited over map. There's no interesting maps. Well, I'm not saying that like you get stuck in yellow maps per se. I'm saying like you get a really good map drop. So maybe there's like a baseline of maps, and then there's like T16, which has a huge bonus. My slow PoE1 almost died because of it. Are you slow? PoE 2 is not going to appeal to most PoE 1 players. I don't know how you don't understand that yet.
Really craftable items as far as I understand, right?
So, Chaos Orbs, working how they do, you're much less likely to want to craft a map that way unless that map was really, really meaningful and important. I suspect you're more likely to be like, if there's a map that it has a mod I can't deal with, that you're more likely to just get a different map. That's probably more likely, because I think the Chaos Orb will probably be a little bit too valuable to throw away to just reroll randomly like that. Well, I guess we'll see, though. You never really quite know. So you're going to be wanting to use transmutes and alks on your map.
Yeah, I'm not talking like a scenario where, like the way it used to be was people quit because they were bad and didn't know how to finish their Atlas. They've kind of eliminated that because now it's super easy to finish the Atlas. I'm not necessarily saying it's a scenario where you need to finish the Atlas and you get like hard stuck if you don't know what to do. I'm saying like, there is a tier of map that is higher than normal. Like, there is no such thing as an interesting map drop. Wouldn't having a valuable
map be interesting? I mean, maybe not, I guess, if you just want to hold right-click every map.
Certainly. I'm less confident that you're going to be wanting to, like, re-roll, like to chaos re-roll them. There has been some discussion about whether we want map-specific currency, but I don't know that I really want to do that. I sort of prefer not to if we don't have to. I suspect that's the kind of thing where we'll see how the economy shakes out and how the balance shakes out in the beta, because it's a little bit hard to actually assess the true value. So there's things like we have to worry about when we're talking about map crafting of like, okay, you have to make it so that crafting a map is more valuable than not crafting it, which means to say that like when you add mods to a map, it has to be that the result of what you like the value you get out of the map back has to be bigger than the value you put into the map, right? But then you don't want it to be so much higher that like you still want it to be a possibility that you'd want to run lower ones as well in some cases. Like there's just sort of various considerations we have to do around that. So that stuff is actually quite hard to get right in the absence of an economy, because you don't really know the true value of something absent an economy. So therefore, like we can try and make our estimates about like what we imagine that's going to be, but it's going to require fine tuning in actual test. Yeah, like effectively we can only test like the SSF variant of how that is, rather than the like the non-SSF economy.
Okay. I have one other question related to craft.
I mean, even I don't think Valdo's even like you don't get excited because you get a Valdo's map. You get excited because of the item in the Valdo's map, not because of the map. Like it'd be cool if there was a map that dropped and you're like, oh shit, I get to run this map? That's sick.
Crafting, which is you mentioned that basically all of the currency orbs are, set up in a way that you don't want to spend them, but what about like non-currency?
You do want to spend them, I should say.
Sorry?
So that you do want to spend them, right?
No, spam, sorry. I mean,
spam,
spam over and over, like I'll spam or what chaos. Yeah. So what about like non-currency like crafting? Is that going to be a thing? Like for example, harvest crafts or like I don't know, beast crafting. I mean, we don't know exactly. Like, I don't know. Maybe like those things are coming back or not. But yeah, there will. So first of all, there will be a crafting bench system. We haven't talked about how it works yet, but there will be one. And there will also.
There is going to be a crafting bench.
Also be other crafting systems as well, although at the start of the beta probably less, because a lot of them come with the league content that we're porting back from PoE 1. But in general, we're not afraid to add more crafting systems. It just has to be like what I was saying before, where we're like limiting the scope of each one to be a little bit more specific to individual places.
Wait, did they confirm they're getting rid of the potion fountain? Oh, did they say that?
Yeah, like there will absolutely be things like that.
Okay,
well, I fucking hope so.
Are you
it's
planning
dog
to
shit.
like design these systems in a way that you also just don't want to like spam over and over and over? Like
yes, ideally.
Okay, so
although I don't know that a lot of them like so which ones are the real spam over and over ones?
Well, one thing that would come to my mind would be like synthesis implicits right now. Like if you start out a crafting project, it's kind of like you roll the base over and over until you get the right synthesis implicits. So this would be one of those cases.
Right, I see. Yep. Okay, understood. I guess it kind of like I don't know without more specifics about like individual PoE2 things. A little bit hard to go into more of that, but ideally, what I do want to avoid, like I'm okay with you like repeating an action like over a longer period of time to like do things, but it's more the whole just like you sit there click 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 until you get the thing. Like that's kind of not really as useful to me. So yeah, that's where I kind of want to try and avoid things.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. That was very very insightful. Thank you. I have another big topic, which is just like, I guess more the bigger picture of the development of the game. So I was wondering, like, what kind of insights have you taken, like, directly from like other games, other RPGs? Like, a few things here and there are mentioned, and a few things are somewhat like implied, I guess. I'm not sure if you mentioned them, like, for example, like the dodge roll from. Like this very much reminds me of like Elden Ring, for example, or something like Solar games. And
I mean, dodge roll. I wouldn't say there's a very specific game it comes from.
yeah,
right? It's like there's a
but
dodge
at
roll in,
least
like,
for me
practically every other
personally,
game
it
at this
immediately
point.
reminded me. So
yeah. I mean, okay, definitely there was some influence from Elden Ring for sure, but I wouldn't say that's like, oh yeah, Elden Ring had a dodge roll, therefore we're going to take it from that specifically. It's just like that's just action games, right?
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough.
Yeah.
But also like more in the ARPG genre, like more recently, let's say, for example, Diablo 4 came out, and
Sure.
did that in any way influence, for example, your ideas? Did you actually learn something from that? Or, for example, last Epoch with
Learn
like,
what not
some of
to
the new
do?
systems they have shown, like the crafting and stuff that work there. There's like a few kind of gems out there, I feel, that
Right.
might influence you.
So in
Huh?
Kind of gems out there, I feel that
Right.
Did you just describe D4 of having a few gems that might influence them? What? Okay. That's. Oh,
might influence you.
So in general, I would say I try to take
or maybe does he just mean gems in any ARPG, and not specifically D4?
more inspiration from non-action RPGs because I find that to be a more interesting thing. And I guess that's just kind of my MO more. But that being said, what I think that the action RPGs do is they set a floor for what is like a minimum acceptable level of like functionality, I guess. And like when it comes to Last Epoch, like you just mentioned, right? Like they did all their trade stuff, and it was kind of like at that point, it's like, okay, like we've reached a point now where an ARPG can't really have the trade system that we had before. We have to do better, right? And so like that's an
Yeah, but
example
Last
of where
Epoch's
that
trade sucks. Ironically, he said this after Last Epoch, but Last Epoch's trade is fucking worse than PoE's trading.
game influences us. It's not exactly in like, oh, they made a system, therefore we're going to rip it off. It's more like, like
Yeah, it raises
minimum
the bar basically, right? It's like a
but the
fresh
minimum
game, and it
acceptable
comes out
bar
of those
what can be-
features.
yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. The minimum acceptable bar has been raised for the genre.
I mean, to be fair, I haven't interacted with it, but the few things I've heard about the Last Epoch auction house is not good.
We have to make sure we don't get left behind. And so that's where it's important to kind of respond to your competitors like that, right? And so, yeah, that's kind of where it comes from. Sometimes you'll see situations of covariant evolution where like we happen to decide something. Well, so this is the other side of the coin, by the way, is that sometimes we'll get like we'll be in a design session and we'll be like, oh, we could do this thing, and then somebody will, oh, but this other game does that, and I'm always kind of like, well, okay, but we can't let the fact another game did this be a reason to not do it. Like, you know what I mean? Like sometimes you get that situation where people want to be different than their competitors just for the sake of being different, and I think that's also a trap. Like if something is good for our game, then we should do it regardless of whether a competitor does it or not, if you know what I mean. And so like sometimes that
Yeah, I kind of hate the. I don't know. I don't think this is exactly what he's saying, but I hate the constant comparison of games. Mainly, what I see is like when a new game releases, if you say anything's bad about it, someone 100% always says, "Yeah, but this other game, when it released 15 years ago, also had this issue."
that's a situation that can be another sort of a weirdly opposite
okay.
trap to fall into for some people, I think. So yeah, you got to be careful of that too. But at the end of the day, like as I said, it's more about raising the bar than about being like, hey, let's copy this thing. So to me, that's how I look at things.
Okay. Yeah, I remember like a very, very long time ago. I think this was on the original first announcement of Path of Exile 2 at ExileCon. I I'm not sure exactly who said it and when, but there was like this talk about, okay, we made the PoE 2, or we are developing PoE 2 because the Diablo 4 is coming. I think there was something along those lines.
I'm not sure who said that. For all we know, it might have been me, though I hope not, because I don't really think that really gets to the heart of it. I mean, when it comes right down to it.
Wait, what did you say? I was too busy thinking about
PoE 2, or we are developing PoE 2 because the Diablo 4 is coming. I think there was something along those lines.
I'm not sure who said that. For all we know, it might have been me, though I hope not, because I don't really think that really gets to the heart of it. I mean, when it comes right down to it, like years ago, and like this is going to sound extremely mercenary, but like we look at our curve of players, and like the rate of increase started to decline, if you know what I mean. Right, and it's like at the end of the day, most games have some kind of ballistic trajectory of popularity. Like as it turns out, I think we're kind of mostly sort of plateauing-ish in terms of like popularity of PoE 1. But you can just see at some point, hey, like at some point we're not going to be able to get new players very much anymore. Like that's going to be hard. And at the time, because this was back when we were going to do PoE 1 versus 2, like the reasoning behind that is, oh well, the start of the game looks really old now, and of course it does. So at the time we started the PoE 2 project, it was very much like we need another campaign that's new, so that new players can come into the game and get a AAA looking experience, and then we'll evolve the game to make sure that that's the case. So that was basically the decision. There is basically like if we're plateauing, we need to find a way so that we can continue to succeed and be good. And also, of course, like if you're plateauing, there's the worry that you might be declining at some point, and we certainly don't want to get into that situation. So we basically made the decision, we have to make sure that we're, part of the next generation. And I think that next generation talk is maybe where it comes down to the kind of like D4 comparison there, where it's like we need to make sure that we are, part of like have an answer to the next generation of action RPGs.
Yeah, I guess it goes a bit back to like what we just discussed as well, right? With like, okay, now RPGs are coming out, they have these kind of features, people expect this kind of thing,
yeah,
right?
Absolutely.
So I didn't want to interrupt you there,
and eventually we did get to the point where we realized that we couldn't make it as a thing that was one game. We had to make it into a sequel instead. But effectively, like it's ultimately in response to if we want to be able to keep growing our player base, we need to or at the very least not shrinking it. We need to have a way to to have modern looking stuff, to raise the bar, to make things better, to innovate more. That's why we had to start this project.
Okay, that's very interesting. Since I'm mostly a Diablo guy right now, I'm definitely gonna also blast PoE 2 and stuff. I'm very much looking forward to that. But at least for now, I'm focusing on D4. And a lot of my viewers probably also wonder, like, how does PoE 2 compare to D4 in your eyes? Like, where do you see like maybe some overlap, especially like for the player base? Like, how would you think people would actually appreciate both games at the same time, for example? Or like, what,
I mean, I don't.
Yeah.
I mean, it depends on how inflammatory I want to go here, but but effectively, I mean, look.
Dude, Wadijo did not think that was funny.
On how inflammatory I want to go here, but but effectively, I mean, look. Obviously,
Okay, well. Now, this probably isn't the case, but his body language and how he reacted to that is kind of like how you scoff when you're, like, pissed secretly. Not really, openly secretly. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I think the game I'm working on here, but effectively,
like you see that little...
I mean, look. Obviously, I think the game I'm working on is better than the game someone else.
I might just be reading into it some in a little bit too much, but that's what it looks like.
Works on, right? Like that should be that should be the case. But
okay, I'm with you on that. I can understand.
But at the same time, I mean, look, I think for me the big difference is in the way the combat feels. I mean, look, there are other things as well. I mean, there's like to do with. I mean, I feel like we're more willing to embrace complexity in certain ways and things like that. But the big one for me is combat, and I really want Path of Exile 2 to just feel like an action game, right? Like it's got action game chops. Like you you can play it like you would imagine the combat of like a single player game that was an action game being. You know what I mean? Like that, you should be able to play it that way. And so, I've said this before, but I feel like they just went in a slightly more MMO-y direction, which is not
MMO is a
personally
weird
the
way
kind
to
of
say
combat that I
shit.
like. I mean, not all the way, right? There's still an action game ultimately, but it's like, you know, more cooldown heavy and this kind of stuff. Like they just have a bit of a different take on the way that you design for the player skills side of things. But also, I think you see that a little bit in the boss design and so on as well. Like it's a little bit more like that. We're trying to do a bit more of a, you know, just as I said, just more of that kind of like pure action game style as far as the actual combat goes. And then, you know, the other big difference is, of course, just the differences that it's always been with our game, where like we embrace like the ridiculous amount of depth that you get when you add all these kind of like kind of interesting tools to the player and this kind of thing. So that's kind of the main big difference. But I also think it's a little bit different in the sense that maybe people from the D4 team would disagree with this a little bit, but I think that we've got a more of a like live service type route as far as like we know how to maintain a game in the long term quite well, I think. I know that, I mean, D4 obviously is trying to go for the same thing, but I still think that it's just a little bit different. I think that like the way that they approach that stuff. So, you know, I like to think that we're a little bit.
He's trying. Oh my god, dude. That's like the biggest way of saying they're fucking shit without saying they're shit. Just say it, Jonathan. Let loose.
Yeah, just as I said, just handle that side of things a little bit differently than they do, and that's another
Differently.
bit of a difference there as well.
Okay.
I guess it speaks to the game exactly in the same way because it's more about the development of the game rather than the actual game itself. But
does he have to be professional? At some PoE talk in ExileCon, I don't know if it was Jonathan or someone else, and someone asked him what he liked about D4, and he was like, "I like the rugs they made."
It's a different philosophy, I think.
I like the carpet textures.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. In general, PoE, I believe, I guess it goes a bit like in the same direction for like, you know, comparison between like, for example, D4 and PoE. But in general, like I feel like PoE is more of like a solo player centric game than, for example, the Diablo titles. And are you planning to change that maybe, or like, you know, make it more group friendly? Yeah.
I don't know that I would say that was intentional, particularly.
No, that's not what I'm saying, but I feel like this is how it developed,
right.
at least. Yeah.
Potentially. I mean, look. So one thing that except that there was one very specific pillar at our game studio, which I don't know that they have on Diablo, although I can't say for sure. Which is that, in our opinion, all content should be able to be played solo. As opposed to, I know they have some content that you can't play solo, right? They've got the those big world raids or something like that. I can't remember what they're called, but I mean, they've got those things, right? So our feeling has always been that all content should be able to be played solo, and I guess like that does lead to a situation where like it is obviously solo friendly. It has to be for that situation, right? But that can just mean that like my hope is that it's neither multiplayer nor solo friendly. Like if you want to play multiplayer, that you play multiplayer and you get just as much like you get just as much benefit as you would from that as you would from playing solo. So like if that's off a bit, then that's like a thing that we want to fix, if you know what I mean, rather than like a design philosophy as such. Like we want the decision to be playing multiplayer and not to be more about what you want to do rather than being about like what has more advantage for doing it. So if PoE 1 has more advantage for playing solo, then that is kind of not quite right either. Like it should, as I said, be ideally completely balanced to be the same, as far as rewardingness and like reasons to do stuff. So, you know, like playing multiplayer is more about the fun of the moment of the action, it shouldn't be about like, because I can get these rewards I couldn't otherwise get, if you know what I mean. So yeah, that's kind of my feeling.
I didn't mean to say that, you know, like it's like either more solo or group player friendly. I mean, there are obviously like group strategies in PoE 1 right now that are like, you know, completely busted, and you know, we have Empyrean and all that, right?
Yes, well.
But solo players also have like, you know, we have people that find their 20 mirrors in Affliction League and, you know, alone.
Sure.
So there's definitely like, you know, both sides available, and that's really cool.
Right.
And the question out would be maybe, are you planning to maybe expand the group, like the social tools in some way?
Well, I'm curious. What tools do you want really? So like, what do you want?
Well, I mean,
Let's talk
one
about
common
that.
request, for example, here, like when I play Diablo 4, is people want a group finder, of some sort. We can like say, okay, I want to do
That
this and that,
exists.
and I'm looking for people. And
It's
okay,
funny
I
because
guess in Diablo
people
4 there's like more of a reason to group up sometimes, versus PoE.
people
Yeah,
people forget the notice board in town all the time.
yeah, I didn't forget
Like, there's
it, but
actually
I
a
was
thing.
going
We
to talk
actually have
about it.
that.
Yes, but
Yeah,
I
yeah.
can't say I've ever used it. So that's
Right.
it's
Well, look, that
like
just means that
there
it's a
is this
failed
notice
system, right?
board,
Okay.
and it's like,
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure there's some people in chat that would actually like say, okay, they have great experience with that. But personally, I've never heard of anyone using that. I've never heard of
I agree.
anyone
It's not
caring
commonly
about
used.
it.
Right. It's honestly something that we haven't thought. I've not put any thought about for a long time. I just when you mentioned it, I'm like, oh yeah, we do have that notice board thing. Like, look, there might be some improvements we can make around that. I'm not like against that kind of thing. The question is like, what do you? Okay, when you're looking to find a group, why are you looking to do it? Are you looking to find a group because you're looking to be able to do some content you couldn't otherwise do, or are you looking to find a group because you want to make some friends? And I think that how the gaming ecosystem has evolved, that like find a friend element has kind of moved off to third-party platforms like Discord and stuff like that more. And so it's a bit hard to compete, honestly, in the like find a person to play a game with, like to make a friend kind of like I guess area with some of those other tools. So like because of our philosophy of you don't need to play multiplayer to be able to do stuff like because the balance is the same, I guess so I'd say is the only reason to want to find a group is because you want to make friends and actually have enjoy playing with them. And so then there's the question of what would we want to do in the game to promote that, and like should we be doing that? I mean this is a question. I mean I'm curious what your thoughts on about that. Should we try to promote making a friend within the game?
That's very difficult to answer for me as well, to be
Sure, it
honest.
is. Yeah, no, absolutely.
I
Yeah, it
mean,
is, right? But this is what it comes down to. This is the question, right? Like, if you want to have social features for that purpose, like if we're not saying that you should play with people because it's advantage, and what we're saying is you should play with people because they're your friends, then yeah, like that's kind of leads you down to where the sort of the answer you end up with is,
I
right?
I guess one thing that is like somewhat difficult to do in terms of like playing together is just like trying to.
I feel like PoE is like too complex for a true party finder thing. Like what? You get the party and then it's like, all right, what are we gonna do? What map strategy? What are we just gonna blast random maps? I mean, I guess they could put something in where you just get like a random party and you just blast maps, but I don't know.
Either find synergies between builds right now. Like
Right.
either you have like aura bots, for example, and
Right.
like okay, this aura bot just groups up with whatever, maybe switches out a few
Well,
things.
I mean, like group play is fun, and I like group play, but you kind of need a level of coordination for group play in PoE. It doesn't. I mean, you can just do it randomly, but it's like really bad. And I don't think that's a bad thing, that it's really bad. I don't think there's any way to fix that other than completely redesigning the game, but it's not like WoW where people have a role. It literally is like WoW where people have a role. There's 100% roles in PoE.
So they're good to go.
PoE
But otherwise,
2,
sorry.
PoE 2 has a lot more synergy between stuff, for sure. And a lot of that is because there's a lot more synergy between skills now. And a lot of that synergy has no reason not to work across players. So, like, in general, like, okay, so, I mean, there's tons of things I can talk about that aren't announced, but okay, in terms of one that you've seen, right, there's this volcano skill, right? And any slam will trigger the volcano to emit extra projectiles. And of course, that just works with any slam nearby. It doesn't depend on one particular player doing it, because that's what makes sense. It makes sense that any player can do it. So suddenly, like if you've got a druid and a warrior together, they can, do a lot better. So there is cross-build synergy, like not even necessarily because we're like, hey, we want to specifically promote it, but just because of the fact that it makes physical sense for there to be in the case of what we're doing in PoE 2. So yeah, there'll be a lot more of that. In fact, I'm a bit worried there might be too much cross-build synergy, and then we'll be back in a situation where there's too much advantage for multiplayer again, which could be a concern. I mean, obviously that's all fixable. We do things, but effectively there will definitely be cross-build synergy in PoE 2, like much more than there is in PoE 1.
Oh, that's actually very cool. So, that's kind of like the other thing I want to get at is like, if I just randomly group up with my friend and, okay, they play their own build, I play my build, sometimes, we share like map completion or something, but I never really felt like I had like a great experience just like randomly grouping up with someone because of like, vast difference in power levels between like builds, or like, like they were way further progress or I was further progress, and it's just like, it didn't really like add up most of the time. Unless you actually tried, very hard to make it happen. So this is definitely a concern that I want to have here for like social play.
Right.
And I guess another thing that would be very interesting to have is like, let's say LFG feature.
The only reason randomly grouping up in D3 or D4 is, or whatever, is because there's no depth to it. Like, there's nothing you have to think about to actually play the end game in those games. There is zero thinking required. You just blast. I mean, you could do that in PoE as well, but you could do that right now.
Like one problem that to be solved is, I guess, any type of carries and, for example, 5-way rotas or something, these kind of things. People use Discords for this right now, like they go like on trade and all that stuff. But I guess that there could be an in-game solution for that as well through like, for example, the LFG tool.
We discussed recently actually whether or not we wanted a system to allow for that in game. Like the concept of like someone suggested a system where it was like, oh, you can put like a bounty on doing a boss kill with me, and then they give you currency if they do that with you, and this kind of thing. But I'm actually kind of not really for it. And the reason why is because I don't want the game to kind of be promoting the idea that you're not supposed to be able to defeat content yourself. Like, if we have the ability to kind of do a secure in-game carrying, I worry that then that becomes like kind of like the game telling you that it's fine to just be carried through the game, which I guess, like, I mean, you obviously can never stop it, right, on some level, right? Like, people are going to be able to do that kind of thing. Although we can, there are things you can tweak to kind of just to not encourage it a little bit.
I saw the grandma doing the Uber.
But at the same time, like, I just don't think the game should be saying like, okay, here's a thing you should be doing. So we sort of did actually discuss this issue recently, and we kind of decided like, I don't think we actually want to really make an in-game solution for that exactly. That being said, I mean, the current tool you have, like, you can just kind of, once again, nobody's really using it, but you could theoretically just like make a group.
What if just an hour and a half into the interview, this Einhar just like starts walking away? That'd be so funny.
Called like, hey, can you help me defeat this boss? And then someone might do that. Yeah, that's kind of the most we have in game for that now.
Okay. All right, we're pretty far into the interview already. So I have one more big topic, and afterwards I would like to open up for chat questions. So there were like some things I picked up here and there already, but I just want to tell chat to kind of like, get ready with the questions. I'm going to try to keep an eye on it while we discuss the last topic, and then we're going to have a bit of stuff from chat. All right, so my last big topic is build design and balance. So in general, we've seen that PoE 2 builds seem to be way more complicated than typical PoE 1 builds, at least from my perspective. Like, you have like combo stuff from chat. All right, so my last big topic is build design and balance. So in general, we've seen that PoE 2 builds seem to be way more complicated than typical PoE 1 builds, at least from my perspective. Like, you have like combos, you break armor, you shoot the grenades, you blow them up, this kind of stuff.
But that doesn't...
So
that's not even... That's not even more complicated. I mean, you basically do that in PoE 1 right now. It's just not as flashy.
Well, I want to first address that slightly. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know that I would say that they're more complicated than PoE 1.
I'm talking about the gameplay, not about the build making.
I would exactly. So I would say that they require more you to do more things.
Yes.
But in terms of complexity, the PoE 1 builds are not exactly simple either, right? Like there's quite a lot going on there. Yeah.
Of course, yeah. I'm talking about the gameplay. Sorry, I didn't clarify this.
For sure. Yep. So go on. Like, I guess
the question here is for me, like, is this your intended way to play for like, basically everything? Do you want people to have to do those, multiple combos? Is this like, really built in and ingrained into those different skill gems and the passive tree? And what about more simplistic builds, for example? Can I make like a, one button, just like tornado shot or something and just blast through the maps and it's going to be actually effective?
Okay, so I guess this is right. So first of all, I want at all times everything to be possible, right? That's always generally our motto: is anything is possible, but it just comes down to costing, right? And the cost generally of making a one-button build is going to be that you're not quite as effective. And so I guess you could easily argue that because of the fact that a one-button build is not going to be as efficient in terms of clear speed as a multi-button build, that therefore means that it isn't a thing you can do, right? Like that's the way the way people often look at these things is like, okay, if it's not the most efficient, then it's not viable, therefore it means it's not, like, you can't do it. So I suppose on that level, like, the game is going to incentivize you to use multiple things and do some kind of comboing stuff. But that said, we also embrace automation. We've got all of the different stuff you can do with Spirit, and effectively the way that effectively gets balanced is that the more automation you want to do, the more Spirit it's going to cost you. And so effectively, then on the tree, you're trading Spirit for damage almost certainly, or maybe you're trading Spirit for life. I don't know, whatever trade-off you're wanting to make. But the key thing is you're sacrificing something to get that automation. And
I mean, this isn't even anything new. People will like have a meltdown about this. Like, PoE1 multi-button builds have already been better for many years now.
I mean, look, there'll be unique
They made that
things,
transition
that
a
allow
long
you to
time
do
ago.
stuff like that as well. I mean, there's always interesting combos. Like, you need like a variety of places where the pieces come from, as they do in Path of Exile 1, right? But I still want to make it the case that you are incentivized to use...
RF isn't even one button anymore. RF is like 5. Fire Trap, Combustion Cry or Infernal Cry, Curse, some other shit.
To use other skills. And the way that we do that effectively is just by making the bonuses that you can get for combining things to be quite high. Like, I guess it's a little bit hard to sort of explain, some of this is hard to explain without actually having the feel of actually playing the game, right? Because it's like, well, how powerful is a one button build relative to more buttons? And it's kind of like, I guess the way I would hope the player would look at it is more like, they go and they intend to be like, this is the skill I want to use and I just want to use it over and over again. And then at some point the game's like, but then they're kind of like, oh, but I could just do this and then like I get more power, so I might as well just do that in there. And it kind of doesn't feel like I'm taking away from my one button build. It just feels like, oh yeah, and I could just do this occasionally and I'm getting extra power, so I might as well do it. And then before too long you've kind of like, you've added a few things like that to your build, and then hey look, you're actually kind of doing a bunch of other stuff, if you know what I mean. Like, it should never feel like oh, the game is forcing me to do it. Like if you ever feel like the game is forcing me to do this combo that I'm not finding fun, right, that's a screw up on our behalf, right? We don't want that to be the case. But at the same time, like, I do want it to not just be the case that it's like, oh, I just use the skill over and over again. I never have to think ever, right? Like, ideally, that's not the case, right? And sure, like, you ultimately will probably be able to play like that if you play at the right, if you play at a slightly lower level of maps and you don't, you will just be a bit weaker, I think. And I guess it's on us to work out how much weaker that ends up being. And it's also a little bit hard to even say that, like, I can't exactly tell you, oh, you're going to be X% weaker, right? Because, like, it comes down a little bit to feel of once we're kind of in it. So I guess what I would say is, yeah, it's actually hard to really, like, to gauge it. But the guiding philosophy is that, yes, we want it so that using combos makes you more powerful. That is a thing that we want. So, I guess take from that what you will, but yeah, okay, as I said, but we never want to rule like something completely out, you know what I mean?
So this means like you're generally incentivizing, at least a combo play and.
I mean, I think multi-button with combos is way more interesting than the way multi-button has turned out in PoE1. PoE1 is basically you press like 4 buff skills and then use your main skill.
Yes,
like
generally
right now, you
I think
put a totem, you
combos
put your curse, and then you
better.
start, whacking or something.
Or at least, if not a combo, at least something where a situation will come up where you want to use something different, right? Maybe the regular clearing you're doing still only is one button, but then you see an enemy that has this property, and you're like, oh, I've got the skill to deal with that, right? Because I've got all these extra skill slots, I've got a thing where I can just do that. You know what I mean? Like, you don't necessarily have to be like every single pack you've got like these 3 things you need to do, but I do think it has to be that every 5 or 6 packs there's a monster that's like, oh, I can use this skill because it's best for dealing with this problem. And like that kind of like responsive, it probably is better to look at it that way. Of like I have a response for different situations that occur that I have in my build that I never had, where previously I wouldn't have had a response for that
Kiwi
thing.
already has
Now I have a response. This
rotations.
thing comes up. I've got the solution to it. Yeah,
Yeah.
that can be important.
Is there actually like the idea that, okay, like as you play through like a regular map in the end game, that you actually have like, you know, certain different situations where, okay, like now you have this encounter and this feels like a very different encounter than, you know, those other 5 packs I just cleared, and you have like, you know, typical trash packs, and then like maybe like some bigger guy, and then you start using a combo. Because currently in PoE 1 gameplay, I would just like, you know, you use a blast for everything. Okay, maybe this thing lives like 2 seconds longer, but that's it.
Yep.
So.
And there's a couple of things going on. So one thing to note is that in Path of Exile 2, the differences between monsters, even just white monsters, are much more extreme. Like, you will have...
Oh no, what did you just say? Don't tell me he's pulling the last epoch.
And there's a couple of things going on. So one thing to note is that in Path of Exile 2, the differences between monsters, even just white monsters, are much more extreme. Like...
No, they're pulling a last epoch. Where... I hope it's not their HP only. Where you come across like one monster that you kill in one hit, and then you get another monster which is also a normal monster, like not rare or anything, and it just has more HP than a fucking massive boulder or something, or whatever, something that would have a large amount of HP or whatever. It's like you're destroying the fucking globe and it's just a big guy.
You will have white monsters that have 10 times the life of other white
No!
monsters.
Oh. That's not good.
Right? Like, this is a big tanky big dude, right? It's much more life than a just random goblin. Like, the differences in resistances between different monsters can be quite high. Like, the things like that, we've extremized a lot of the difference between different things, which means that you actually have to care more about, like, you know, what you're fighting. And so that can mean that, yeah, you have to care about the situation quite a lot more. So it isn't the case that you're like, I've got the same exact rotation for every single pack. It's like, you know... Like,
it's kind of... Okay, it's fine if it's like... If the reward for killing it is proportional, then it's fine. But I've never seen it actually really be proportional.
I mean, maybe you do earlier in the game before you've got some of the automation and so on like that. But like, it's likely to get to the point where like your standard thing for just killing trash is going to be easy to do. But then you come across a thing, I have to deal with this problem now. You know, I've got a few extra skills involved. I've got a longer combo that I can do, but I don't use it on every pack, but I do use it when something's just a bit tougher, or like maybe this thing's like resistant to what I normally do, so I've got this extra thing I can throw in there. Like, it's that kind of stuff, right? Like, making sure that there's options for you to do when you come across a situation.
Okay. One question also kind of related to that is like, how are players expected to kind of like find the right difficulty for them to play? Like, especially like in Endgame when you have like, you know, different tiers maps. I guess there's going to be like some kind of progression system similar to now. And like,
so they either die or they don't.
Ultimately, yes, we do ideally the way difficulty works is that if you're able to do more difficult content, you get more economic benefit for doing that content, which gets you the ability to do more difficult content. So effectively, you always kind of end up at the difficulty level that you're supposed to be at, because like the ability for you to kill, like to achieve things, effectively gives you an economically correct amount of wealth that gives you the correct amount of difficulty. Like, it's all supposed to be a cycle like that.
No, I think the last segment is chat Q&A.
And that's the fundamental thing that the map system allows for, as well as, and the way that the map system kind of interacts with other content. So that's kind of how you end up with that. The thing, of course, that we need to make sure we get in the difficulty right with that doesn't conform to that is the campaign, because the campaign, you know, doesn't have that same economic barrier. So that is a little bit harder to get exactly right to make sure that all players can get through. But that being said, at least in the campaign, you can have like extra goals, extra objectives that give you more, you know, like side content, things like that, like other stuff that's harder. You know, like that kind of stuff is I guess what you do in the campaign. But you know, that's, yeah, I guess hopefully that sort of answers the question.
Okay, yeah. There's also something else that I wanted to ask about the one button builds again, which is you know, as the game progresses,
new teaser.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile. We have a short and sweet update for you today. The breach hand chests spawned during breach encounters have always been very annoying to click on in the heat of battle. In 3.24, we will be changing them to no longer require clicking to open. Just run near them and they'll open automatically. We've got a lot more to reveal at our development update livestream on March 21st.
I imagine we're gonna get like more and more tools available to the players. You know, maybe power creep like sets in and all that. And what are your plans in case, for example, you know, like people get so accustomed, it gets to such a high power level that one button builds are just enough for everything. Like, do we actually want to like cut back on that at some point, and to say, okay, we want this combo gameplay. You know, this may be like, you know, what you do now for the start of the game, but you know, like maybe like, you know, 5 leagues down or 10 leagues down the line, things might look very different. So how do you think this might evolve?
That is a tough question, and I honestly don't know that I can even necessarily answer it easily, because like it really...
What is that?
Not every single balance decision is easy to quantify down into like, you know, is this too powerful or not, or that kind of stuff. Like sometimes you just have to like, kind of just be like, does this feel, you know, there's just an element of does it feel right or wrong? And look, I want combo gameplay to be a thing. I want there to be answers, but I don't necessarily know that power creep is... Okay, could power creep lead to a situation where you can just destroy everything? Well, you know what? Well, okay, well, here's the thing, right? When you're level 100, which ultimately should be a lot harder to reach than it is in PoE 1, but by the point you actually are level 100, yeah, it probably is going to be the case that most content you can just one button through, right? Why wouldn't it be? But there should always be content you still need to think about and engage with, right? Like, so then I suppose the question is like, you know, does the curve get out of whack where like you get to the point where it's that easy too fast, and that can be the case. And I guess
that's kind of like
the
point that I was getting at.
And
exactly.
I guess I would want to say that you get to that we don't let that get too out of whack.
Noise gaze giving you brain cancer.
PoE 1 definitely...
Mine or
right
one of theirs?
now, I think, does have a problem with this, where it gets too easy too quickly. We went a long time without that happening, though. Like I'd say we got about like maybe 8 or 9 years into release.
Oh yeah,
before
my
that
computer's
really
loud.
started. Yeah, before that really started kind of getting to the point where I'd say that was out of whack. Yeah, so I mean, you know, like, I mean, look, I'm not going to say.
Currently we have like an extremely high power level.
Yes, I know. It's crazy.
It's not just
crazy.
like Affliction being like insane for MF,
like,
but yeah. So
yeah, but we did manage to stave that off for quite a while.
Yeah, and I think like for PoE 1, I guess the ship has kind of sailed at this point, right? It's just like this is how the game is going to be.
So I'm interested to talk about that. Has the ship sailed? Has it actually? I mean, there's definitely a mindset that you could argue that it has, right? Can you never bring things back? This is a question, right? Like, should we? Like, I mean, it's a very real question that comes up in the studio quite often, right? Like because you're discussing when you're talking about PoE 1 balance, which I often do discuss. You know, it's the question: has the ship sailed on PoE 1 balance, or has it? Why should the ship have sailed? Why can we not get things back into a better line again? You know, like I don't know. There's questions about that. I mean, I don't know. I'm just here. Like, what do you reckon? Like, should we rebalance PoE 1 to the point where it's more like how it was about 3 or 4 years ago?
Well, personally, I would actually enjoy that a lot because I enjoy the game more back then. To be honest.
And the sad thing is that this is the funny thing is pretty much everyone in the studio here would agree with that position, right? Like I don't think anyone here is really happy with the level of what's gone on like in the last few years there. But then the question is, okay, so the general there is a certain wisdom in like, you know, don't rock the boat so much. I mean, you don't want to make the game unfun, right? So it always has to be like that. That's the issue, right? But the question, so I mean, there's things there, right? I guess this is a larger sort of philosophical discussion rather than like anything concrete, because it's like, but it's certainly a question of, has the ship sailed for PoE1? I don't know. Like, why should it have? Like, why should it have? We should be able to make still keep the game fun while still being able to get things back into what I would consider a better line. But yeah.
Okay.
I guess it's not really my department at this point. But
that's fine. I mean,
I'm
it's an interesting thought, and yeah.
What was that? Sorry.
I was just going to say it's an interesting thought, and like about has the ship sailed? I guess.
Right.
I guess you have the opportunity to also make like a kind of like a clear distinction a bit with PoE1 and PoE2, right? With PoE1 being like this like Omega Blaster like zoomer game, and this is just how PoE1 is now, I guess. And then you keep that around, and then you have PoE2 where, well, you start from like a much lower level, and maybe over time it's gonna like evolve into something more like PoE1, but maybe not as crazy.
Right.
So at least that would kind of be like a reasonable approach from my perspective, at least.
Right. Anyway, I guess what I would say is that we did manage to save off that kind of problem for quite a while, and I believe we can do that in PoE2 for quite a while.
Okay.
Yeah, and look, why maybe we can even save it off in the long term too. I guess we'll have to see. And
okay, I have one last question before I move on to the chat questions, and that is, what is your
I'll be right back. I need a drink. Spiced Coke. Raspberry spiced Coke. Is there a new teaser, or is it the new teaser from 20 minutes ago?
General like philosophy and your approach for like, let's say PoE 2 comes out and there's gonna be like some insane, you know, either bugs, exploits, invincible builds, stuff that one-shots the entire game. Like, how would you approach these kind of things? Like, you know, when would you patch that? Or how would you interfere? And, you know, what
Right.
would come out of that?
So during the beta, have to
That's a
reserve the
good
right
point.
to fix shit that will break your build.
Yeah, of course.
And
I
we'll
guess.
try to avoid it, but during the beta, we kind of have to have that right because there's going to be so much stuff that's untested. Like, we can't reasonably expect that we're going to get that exactly right. But once we're
Dude, the coffee Coke was so good.
released, we
Surprisingly.
we have a policy, and I think it's very important, of we don't break people's builds. Like, we do occasionally emergency fix something where we don't believe that it does that, but yeah, generally speaking, the policy is don't break people's builds. You know, we want that to serve. But obviously, if there's a dupe or something like that, obviously we get rid of that ASAP. And I would say that we've had a very good track record for fixing those kinds of exploits very quickly. Generally speaking, you know, like, I'd say we're reasonably good at that. But that just comes down to paying attention stringently and making sure we're doing the right thing there. But when it comes to, like, you know, a build that's just OP, and if it's post-release, like, we kind of don't really want to screw around too much with that because, you know, like, yeah, like, you know, people put a lot of work in to getting to the point where they can get a character like that. You know, they've traded for certain items, they've done certain things, and if you just go and shit on that, it's kind of like, you know, that certainly doesn't feel good. So, yeah, that's the kind of reason why
Looking at you, D4.
we have to make sure we're a bit careful around that stuff. Yeah.
That was a good slurp sound.
I guess that sometimes you could argue there's a fine line between an exploit and a just something that's overpowered.
It
So,
can be,
you
for sure,
know,
yes. But,
yeah, but
I
yeah,
mean-
I guess we just have to kind of draw the line somewhere.
I guess it's also going to be important to make sure that people don't get too accustomed to something that's too OP for too long, right?
Yes,
so this is
that is a
probably
concern.
like a concern.
That is
Yeah.
a concern. Yes. And I mean, sometimes it's okay to nerf something a little bit right when it starts if no one has had an opportunity to respond to it yet. If you know what I mean. Like, if something's just been found, I'm like, you know what? Actually, no. Like, you do have a small window of opportunity there before anyone's actually done any work to, like, take advantage of it, where you can kind
Yeah,
of
absolutely.
viably nip it in the bud. But yeah.
Yeah, but do you think that this might actually, like, I know that you're gonna have cross progression with consoles, right? So console
Wait, what?
patches usually have like a huge delay, and
Oh, Jesus Christ. They're gonna have some big brain way around this?
you have to, like, you know, like
So
slow down the
patches
patches, like, probably. So that might
patches of the
interfere with that.
game. Patches of the game client, and that is to say only the executable have a delay, but patches of the data and patches of the server don't. So therefore, there's very little that we can't fix with a server-side or just data patch. Like, there might be crashes that exist that we can't fix without a client-side patch, but there really shouldn't be anything that you would call an exploit that we can't fix server-side. And
Wait, PoE 2 is gonna be crossplay?
or with data patches to the client. So I'm not really concerned about it from that perspective. It will certainly suck if we've got a common crash that's on console and we can't fix it until we've got cert, and, you know, like, that will suck. But like, I don't think there should be anything, like, kind of economically damaging.
Wait, so... Did they confirm that? Well, he just said it, didn't he? Wait, so... Isn't that what he just said?
Anything that you would call an exploit that we can't fix. That is to say only the executable have no to it yet, if you know what I mean. Like, if something's just been found, I'm like, you know what? Actually, no. Like,
Well, if the patching process impacts the PC version, it's definitely a bad thing. Oh.
For
you
sure,
know,
yes. But,
yeah. But
I
yeah,
mean-
I guess we just have to kind of draw the line somewhere.
I guess it's also going to be important to make sure that people don't get too accustomed to something that's too OP for too long, right?
Yes,
so this is
that is a
probably
concern.
like a concern.
That is a concern. Yes, yes. And I mean, sometimes it's okay to nerf something a little bit, right? When
Yeah, but you just said there could be patches that do. So say there is crossplay and there's a crash that they need to actually push something that would need to get certified by Microsoft or whatever. Can PC still get the patch? Or wouldn't...
it starts if no one has had an opportunity to respond to it yet, if you know what I mean. Like if something's just been found, I'm like, you know what, actually no. Like you do have a small window of opportunity there before anyone's actually done any work to like take advantage of it, where you can kind of
fine,
viably nip it in the bud. But yeah.
Yeah, but do you think that this might actually, like, I know that you're gonna have cross progression with consoles, right? So console.
Oh, okay, so it's confirmed.
The patches usually have like a.
Unless there's like.
Yeah.
Yeah, but do you think that this might actually, like, I know that you're gonna have cross progression with consoles, right? So console patches usually have like a huge delay, and you have to like slow down the patches side probably. So that might interfere with that.
Patches of the game client, and that is to say only the executable have a delay, but patches of the data and patches of the server don't. So
it's not. He just meant cross-platform. And what the if it's not cross-play? What the hell does cross-platform mean? Is that not a synonym? PoE.
Therefore, there's very little that we can't fix with a server-side or just data patch. Like there might be crashes that exist that we can't fix without a client-side patch.
How is it? If they don't cross over at all, how is it cross? Why would you call it cross-platform if they don't actually cross over at all? Isn't that just it's on more than one platform?
But there really shouldn't be anything that you would call an exploit that we can't fix server-side, and or with data patches to the client. So I'm not really concerned about it from that perspective. It will certainly suck if we've got a common crash that's on console and we can't fix it until we've got cert, and like that will suck. But like I don't think there should be anything like kind of economically damaging that would be an issue if we can't patch the console client executable.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Well, cross-platform is a shit phrase because it's not cross-platform. They don't cross it all.
No problem.
So that was all of the questions that I had prepared. So I'm just gonna take like some stuff that I saw in chat now and kind of just like throw it at you because I'm not as prepared for these questions. I'm not sure if you answered them before or something. So just shoot it, guys. I'm gonna try to keep up. So first question I found is ultra-wide support. Can you say anything about that?
I mean, it'll work. I believe it works now for ultra-wide. I think that we do beyond the.
Oh, that question? Yeah, I'm compiling a list of things to ask. If I have enough questions, I'm not interested in asking the same questions everyone asks. So that's mainly why I'm watching these, so I know what not to ask.
Wide support. Can you say anything about that?
Oh, dude, just think of after the LA thing. Think of how many people are going to be posting the same answers to the same questions. Are you ready for the 1 million repeat videos?
I mean, it'll work. I believe it works now for ultra-wide. I think that we do beyond the width that an ultra-wide monitor has. I think we start to introduce black bars, like. So whatever the ultra-wide is, it's like, what is it, like 29 by 7 or some freaking random thing? I don't remember what it is. But either way, we go up to the maximum width that there are monitors that support that, and then beyond that we put black bars on just to hide the like pop-in and random stuff that you'll start to get if you go beyond that. So yeah, it is generally fine.
Okay. Another question is crossplay. Is that going to be a thing, or is it just cross progression? So can you actually play with someone PC and a console in the same party?
We're gonna be talking about that a little bit later.
Okay. Some other thing that came up, I think we were talking about LFG features and like to the group
Did you
finder.
say NFT features?
I think we were talking about LFG features and like
What?
some other thing that came up. I think we were talking about LFG features and like
okay.
to the group finder or something is like a mentor system. Is that something you have considered, like where someone can like like maybe check mark like, okay, I'm willing to.
Oh, okay. A mentor system like Tarkov Sherpas would be kind of fucking sick, actually. Now that's an in-game grouping thing I could get behind.
Help people, and I can guide you through the game, and maybe play the campaign together or play the map together, and
That'd be
help you with the build.
pretty
I don't know.
Not something that I've had on my list for sure. It's like I not something I've considered. I guess I'd have to think a little bit about how that could work and whether or not it would be important. But it's an interesting idea. I mean, I'll think about it.
Okay. Another question I saw is trade vendor. So we talked about trade a lot, and there's going to be some NPC around it. So is that something you can, like, for example, put in your hideout? Or is it just in town?
We'll talk about that later. So I don't really want to go into more of it than that, fortunately.
Okay. Another question is a guild system. So I actually know nothing about that. Are you changing that in some way? Is there going to be like some new features?
We don't have current plans for that, but it's one of those things that I know players are keen for some extra features for, and it's just one of those things where like it's not like the biggest deal for us to change this right now, so we'll kind of get to it if we can. But no, probably for the start of release, I don't think there will be much different about it.
Okay.
Probably one of those extension things later.
Then there's another big topic about Respec. I know they have discussed this a lot in like other interviews already, and you're like kind of like adamant at Respecing being like,
well,
somewhat
we've actually
difficult.
changed the Respec. We've actually changed how the Respec system in PoE2 works since those discussions.
Oh, really? Then
We
update
have.
us, please.
So the current Respec system actually uses gold. So basically, it's cheaper at low levels and more expensive at high levels, and there you go.
Oh, that's actually a very interesting development here.
So there you go. Yep. So
Okay,
yeah,
so
we had a bit
is
of
the
discussions.
idea then that like a new player or like someone starting out with a fresh character, you can actually just like way more easily respec early
Correct.
on? And
Yep. Very easy to respec in early levels because it's cheap at low levels. So yeah,
Wow,
that's what
that's-
we decided to change it, and that's where we ended up.
wow, that was actually a pretty fast turnaround there as well. I think this was actually like in the last interview, right? Is this or something?
Yeah, it was a couple of weeks ago, I guess. Well, look, when we have these interviews, I go and I discuss all the stuff with the team and talk about it, and like it's good for getting sentiment of people and understanding what people want, and then then we discuss it and we work it out, and yeah. So yeah. That's what we
Okay.
did.
Yeah, really excited to see the specifics of that system, but I think this is a huge win for sure, because when I was actually
I hope
listening to those interviews, I was like,
Right.
I'm not sure this is really the right approach. I'm quite glad to hear that. So.
Well, if they say if two people call you a horse, go get a saddle, something like that.
What? Huh?
So it's like
Okay.
If two people call you a horse, go get a saddle?
it's got to listen at some point, right?
Okay, but is Orb of Regret still a thing then?
Did I hear that right?
Well,
Your mom had wheels,
unsure.
she'd be a bike.
My impulse is
Okay,
no.
I guess it might not
but,
be fully fleshed out yet.
My impulse is no,
She
but there are
gets
some
ridden a
reasons
lot?
to still have it, and we haven't quite fully
Road?
kind of decided whether we're removing it or not. But my current impulse is no for that.
Okay, wow, interesting. All right. A lot of people are asking, when is the Witch video coming?
Yeah, okay, that took way longer than we expected.
The what?
And it's
Which video?
because like we thought we were close, and then upon actually really playing more of it, like I'm not happy, and so we've kind of gone back a bit to like the drawing board on some certain things, and so yeah, like it ended up like not. It'll take a little bit longer, but it won't be too much longer. Yeah, it won't be too much longer. But yes, I understand. It's annoying because I thought that was close, and then it wasn't as close as I thought. So we'll get there though.
Okay.
Yep.
I had an interesting question earlier, which is about competition in games. So, PoE, especially in the early days, has been a lot about racing, and there's like, this high-end community. We just saw it in the Gauntlet, for example, and, people really enjoy that. So is there gonna be like more like in-game competition, like besides just the race to 100 and like the shout-outs that people get, and that is there like maybe at least plans for having more features like that?
I mean, those are pretty cool, but I agree it would be cool to have more things that you can compete on. Yeah, I mean, I'd like to do more there. I don't know that I necessarily think there'll be anything coming in like, like right away, but I agree. Like, it's cool to have more of that stuff. Like, we want like, yeah, like more ladders and things like that. They're always cool. Like those kinds of things. Like first to get to things. Like, I love all that stuff. So yeah, I'm a fan. So yeah, I'd love to do more. I'm
very glad to hear that actually myself as well. So that's cool. One other question that I see here is about melee classes. They generally seem to be like kind of like far behind the ranged playstyles, at least in PoE1. So
alright, hear me out. Okay, maybe not instead of, but okay, so right now the challengers are doing random shit. Now hear me out. They add a challenge ladder where there's ranks. I don't know, it could be 5 random objectives each league. And then the top players, or by rank, you get different rewards. Holy login.
Well, is that something that you're trying to like balance better in PoE 2, and if so, how?
I would say that Melee is definitely in a much better place than it was in PoE1. And a huge amount of the weakness in PoE1 was because it was very hard for us to, like all the animation problems we had with the rigs in PoE1 just meant that it was very hard to add good.
Well, I will say the Melee in the PoE2 demo I played was much worse than PoE1.
Skills. So, yeah, Melee's in a much better place. I've talked before about how there's like now motion, at least some motion in every Melee skill. Like the overall, it's just it's a very different situation than it was in PoE1. So yeah, Melee is, yeah. Look, it wouldn't be unfair to say that a large part of the motivation for what's happened in PoE2 is Melee improvements, right? Because like the very first thing we started with when we were wanting to redo stuff was to change the player rigs, the character rigs. And because they were so horrible to animate and none of the animators wanted to deal with them, and we pretty much feature creeped from there into a sequel. So like the character rigs were the very first thing of like we need to change those. Yeah.
Okay, someone is asking, is there going to be any kind of bad luck protection system in the game for like drops or anything you can find?
Bad luck protection. Well, I don't know exactly what that would be, but
I guess the idea would be like like is every X hours maybe like your like your chance to find like a divine orb or something goes up, or like a certain unique, like a T1 unique or something.
I can't say I have a huge amount of sympathy for
Dude, he's so fucking done with that.
Like,
look at his reaction.
Can't say I have a huge amount.
It's just like, what the fuck?
A certain unique, like a T1 unique or something.
Yeah, that's kind of how I feel about pity systems too. Oh, that should be the new I can't emote. That's a pretty good reaction.
I can't say I have a huge amount of sympathy for this.
Oh, you actually said it. I can't.
Like, neither do I, but it was a question.
The law of large numbers should mean you get something eventually. Like, like I guess there's, there'll be like one guy out there who's like, the worst luck in the universe, and sure, his experience is going to be bad. But I guess I'm just sorry about that.
Yeah. Okay, there was another question about critical strikes. Like generally you want to try to stack, both crit chance and crit damage together. Is it gonna be like the same system going forward, or is it like maybe a change where like you don't have this exponential synergy between crit chance and crit damage?
The crit system has changed. I don't think I can remember the details of how it's changed, unfortunately. Rory would know. This is an issue that we have thought about, and there are changes relating to it, but unfortunately the exact details of how it exactly works now are not coming to my mind. So it isn't the change that you just said, but there are changes relating to how crit works a bit. Yeah, I guess that's unfortunately all I can tell you about that.
They should add vulnerable
It's to do
damage.
though with like what the stats that are available in the tree and what's available in items and where they spawn and prefixes, suffixes, and things like that. Like the stuff about that's changed. Yeah. In particular, though, if I remember correctly, the design goal was that. Oh God, what was it? It was like there was a problem where like the stuff that you could. Sorry, I can't quite remember now. So yeah, unfortunately, I can't do a better answer. But yeah,
Okay.
no, there's stuff around this that has changed.
Okay, I'm very excited to see that there is a change though, so that might
Yeah.
hopefully make it a bit more interesting than just like, going all in or nothing kind of, because that's
Sure.
kind of how
Yes,
how
I
it is
think
right
that
now.
is part of the issue. That is part of the issue. Yes.
Okay. There's another question about, I saw something about Awaken PoE trade macro, but I guess a more general question here would be, is like, how's your stance with like those third-party tools, for example, for, pricing items, trading items, any kind of other like, overlays, like we have like, for example, the betrayal overlay that people can open up as well or whatever.
What is the betrayal overlay? I don't know that one. Wait, what? What is that?
Is your stance changing on that in any way, or is that fine?
I don't really like it when there's third-party mods in game client. That's not my favorite. I would hope that we can ameliorate the need for those kinds of things. Ideally, but it is very hard to stamp out all of those. But yeah, ideally, like, okay, I'm fine kind of with like people making websites and things for stuff and like stuff like that. That's sort of fine. I'm not so keen on like the kind of actual client modification. So yeah, ideally not, but ideally we can sort of find a way to make that stuff more like just obviate the need for it.
Okay. One question is also, can we modify the dodge roll in any way? Is that going to be a thing?
Yes.
Yes, there are spirit reservations that change it, and a few other things that fiddle around with it a bit. Yes, there are some things. Yep.
Okay,
There's a
so
few-
like you can go further, or you can do it like something like that, or
well,
like what is
well,
the
not so
expected
sure about-
thing?
I mean, look, I would be highly skeptical if there wasn't a unique that did something like that. But it's not like, but I don't think it's not like there's going to be stacking like dodge roll distance or anything like that.
Oh, they
It's not gonna be.
changed. They said at ExileCon they said it scales with your movement speed. So I guess that changed.
How it is.
Okay.
So yeah.
I mean,
But there's a few things that changed it in a few interesting ways.
I think that would be a very funny thing if that was the stat, though. With like Empyrean's crafting projects or so. Like, how many screens can you roll?
Right.
Okay, but all right. Another question I saw is about the mirror. Is the mirror gonna be as rare as it was, or is there gonna be? Is there
rare.
something else that's that rare? Or
It's going to be as rare as it was. Mirror is still rare. Yes.
okay, mirror is still rare. Okay, and it's
Yeah,
obviously still intended for
absolutely.
like absolute high end.
Yes,
of
absolutely.
items. Okay. All right. I'm just trying to catch up on like a few last questions here, guys, before we wrap it up. So, yeah, I was just trying to see this. Like, oh my god, that chat is moving so fast. Sorry.
Yeah.
We have a lot of people here today. About unlocking crafting recipes. Okay, you said that there's gonna be more stuff coming for the crafting bench,
Yeah.
but can you maybe share anything about like how you unlock recipes?
I don't want to talk about the crafting bench just yet.
Okay, so nothing there.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so Jonathan said earlier some white mobs hit harder than others. And
Correct.
could you ask if these white mobs will get better rewards compared to the rest, like XP and items?
Yeah, they will.
Okay, so it's basically just scales with the difficulty. Okay.
That's already technically the case in PoE 1 as well, by the way. It's just that the level of extremeness between monsters is not so high that people really notice, which I think is a bad thing.
Okay, and people are asking about Steam
I
Deck
think it's a good
support.
thing.
There should be no reason you can't play it on a Steam Deck. Yeah, like it should be fine. Yeah, I don't. That's it. It should be
What
fine.
kind of who asked this question? If you can play PoE 1 on a Steam Deck, why couldn't you play PoE 2?
I actually don't have a Steam Deck, which is probably something I should change so that I can actually try it out on there. But yeah, should be no reason why not.
Okay. Another question is there going to be a seamless transition between keyboard and mouse and controller if you play with both?
I mean, you can press a button and change from one to the other. But like, is there anything more seamless than that? I guess I don't know.
Yeah, I guess I could do it without the button or something, but but okay. All right.
Yep.
Okay, people are asking about skip campaign. Is that ever going to be a thing? Any kind of
No.
boosting or any kind of like...
No.
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 So campaign on every character.
Yes.
Is there maybe like something you can like, unlock with your first character of a league that at least like, fast forwards it a little bit, or like anything like that?
The campaign's
Besides just like getting better
inherently
gear.
The campaign's inherently easier on your second character because you've got both like better items, but also gold and all that stuff that means that you can trade for better. Like you trade for stuff that's low level. There's all sorts of stuff you can do. Like the second character in a league is going to be so much faster just for all that for all those reasons. So like you already do get an advantage there.
Okay, so it's gonna be so similar to how it is now, I suppose, where it's just like you equip your 7 league step and you go kind of.
Sure.
All right. Okay. Yeah, there's like a lot of other questions that I didn't pick up now, chat, but most of them have already been answered either in this interview or in others. So I don't want to repeat everything again, but I just picked up some things that I didn't know about. So that was basically wrapping it up now.
Awesome.
I don't want to keep you forever here, Jonathan. So
I have to go grab some lunch. So
yeah, you deserve it. So thank you very much, Jonathan. So for the chat and for the audience, this is the game director of Path of Exile 2. It was a pleasure talking to you. We didn't have the pleasure yet to meet in person, but I hope that at some point we're gonna get there. And yeah, it was a very insightful interview. So thank you very much for that.
Awesome. No problem. Thank you very much. See you later.
Yeah.
Bye.
Have a good day. Thank you.
You too.
All right.
Hi, Zizrin here with a interview with Path of Exile 2 developers Jonathan and Frishi, and I'm honored by them joining me here today, and we're going to ask a lot of questions, and I figured we could start with you introducing yourself and what you do specifically at Grinding Gear Games.
Yeah, so my name's Jonathan Rogers, and I'm the game director on Path of Exile 2, which is certainly keeping me busy at the moment.
My name is Rishi, and I'm a game designer on Path of Exile 2. Mostly working on items and anything in that nature, which also keeps me very busy.
But you're doing some PoE 1 stuff as well.
Yeah.
When it comes to item stuff, you kind of help out there as well, for sure.
And then there's Ascendancies in PoE 2 and
a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, it's a lot of stuff to do. Yeah. So I want to start by saying I actually really liked what you said in one of the previous interviews about a lot of people try to ask questions on behalf of other people and creating artificial problems that way. So I'm mostly asking questions that I specifically care about myself because I feel like I'll be able to ask better follow-ups. So there are some duplicated questions that I feel weren't followed up. So just wanted to say about that. But yeah, thank you so much for taking time to be here.
No problem.
And I figured we could start with sort of a re-follow-up. And I wanted to ask, is everything going to be tied to maps in the same way everything is in PoE 1, or will there be more standalone endgame? Because you did talk about how you really like Delve and stuff. What I'm asking about specifically is there a chance that we'll get a completely standalone endgame? So think about Delve with no reliance on maps, or Heist that is completely self-sufficient, so that during an entire league you could go, I don't want to do the mapping system at all this league.
It would be possible, but what I will say is that it's very important that anytime you can effectively choose the difficulty of content, you have to have some kind of tie to economic value in order to make it so that you can't do content that's too hard for you. So the reason why the map system is like the way it is effectively to ensure that, right? Because in order to earn access to higher maps, you have to do lower maps and so on and work your way up the chain. So any in-game system that you want to have that's independent of that would have to effectively do the same thing. And so that's kind of important. So like we do have some stuff. It's very hard to have stuff that's not economically tied to the map system in some way. Like in the case of Delve, you've got like Sulfite, which you sort of need to be able to get somehow. In order for Delve to be completely untethered, you have to be able to get Sulfite in the mine. And I guess the fear we would have around that is basically that it would become boring, that wouldn't actually be enjoyable in some way. So I guess we'd just have to feel confidence that it would be okay to be able to just do that forever in order for that to be okay.
So I guess my follow-up there and like how I would solve that is actually a further question I have, but I feel like loot right now is very like homogenized in Path of Exile. I think it started somewhere around Legion where we started getting a lot of other League mechanics as rewards as part of Legion, right? Like you would start getting catalysts and other things like that. So I personally think that if any mechanic that was like that was the only place to get it, then you already have a reason to keep farming it there. And I guess my follow-up there is that something we're going to see in PoE 2? Like things being very specific, the only place to get things? That's something I really enjoyed with Heist, that like Grand Heist was the only place to get replicas.
Yeah, we definitely feel like having rewards tied to a mechanic and only that mechanic is definitely a good thing, and we will definitely try to be doing that going forward, I think, in PoE 2 for the most part.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie, I don't know if my Zoomer attention span has enough juice to sit through another one of these. I don't know. Oh shit, maybe I should put some Subway Surfers on the side. Yeah, I already watched the Preach one today. This is the third interview. I don't know if I can sit through 3. I was Balachoing, but I got really bad RNG on a run, so I quit. Yeah, this one's 2 hours too. I'll probably watch this one tomorrow. An ab cramp. Is it Tekken time? I don't know. Singular game of dotes. I don't know if I'm feeling the backpack battles. I could go for some garlic phone. D2R run. I kind of want to play a D2 run, but I don't know. I do, but I don't know. Yeah, I saw that they fixed the two-hand shield thing in last epoch. They dude, they backtracked and they fixed the profane veil thing too. Well, the smoke bomb wasn't a backtrack, but the profane veil one was. No, I'm done with last epoch. I've pocked my last E for this cycle season thing. Then they did. Alright. Ah, fuck the PoE challenges. I want the purple health bar, but I can't. Maybe I'll find the courage to do it off stream or something, I don't know, but I can't. Challenges are so boring. So boring. Easy, but boring. Yeah, but Q-Dog's got the real handout viewers. You guys fucking suck. You guys are the least helpful chat I've ever seen. Whenever I have a question, whenever I need help, whatever, dead silence, crickets. Whenever I don't need help or I don't want any handouts, I'm just being offered them constantly. Like, you guys do it on purpose. It's not HC. I have a softcore character. You guys do it on purpose.
You've got mail. That's called confirmation bias.
No, it's not. Well, that lets you zoom in way more than I thought it would.
Hello
Thanks for the
there.
3-month prime, try, fail, repeat. Alright. What I want is, I want everybody to go in Discord, and if you want to play Garlic Phone in a little bit, go type in the Garlic Phone channel so I can ping you, because I want more people to play it, because last time it was only like 6 of us, and I want a full group. I'm not playing it on stream. It's like Pictionary, but funnier. I can't play it on stream. It's not a good idea. Garphone. It's free. It's built into Discord. Probably in an hour or two after I'm done with a little bit of tekken right here. So probably in an hour or two, in that time range. I hate when this happens, when the taskbar is like this. How do I fix that? Oh my god, fucking this game, dude. Alt-Enter doesn't work either because whoever ported this to PC has never played a PC game in their life. I don't know, I haven't tried the Chiza. Where the fuck is graphics? Oh. The max is 16. 16 people max for Garlic Phone.
Kazama. Kazama. Azucena. Get ready for the next battle.
A red latex nun outfit. I don't know where you saw that.
For the next battle.
Wrong tab.
Round 1. Fight.
Oh, I fucked up.
2. Fight.
My rage move's kind of a Hadouken.
Round 3. Fight. Round 4. Fight. Final round. Fight.
Yeah, I'm left.
You win.
Wait, was his character supposed to look like Levi? I didn't really pay attention.
Round 1.
I guess so, actually, yeah. I don't remember the combo. I mean, technically Tekken's my first fighting game, but not this one.
Round 2. Fight. Round 3. Fight.
What? No way, dude. Of course I'm playing on keyboard. Keyboard's a superior game pad. Thanks for the 6-month Tier 3 resub leave.
You win. Get ready for the next battle.
Nope, I can only play June. And debatable if I'd say I can play her. Hey, Wi-Fi matches today.
Get ready for the next battle. Round 1.
Dude, there's so many weaves in this game. Every other character is like remaking an anime character.
Revive this guy. Brothers die.
Round 2. Fight. Round 3. Fight.
Button doesn't work. Bad game.
Round 4. Fight. You
喧嘩ばっ
lose.
かりしたらあかんで。ほなまたな。
Fan cervix.
Round 1. Fight. Round 2. Fight.
Not much.
Get ready for the
Holy
next
shit,
battle.
this game fucking sucks. There's so many DCs and shit in this game. It's nuts. No, I'm really bad.
Get ready for the next battle.
Yeah, nobody can defeat the beef toothpaste.
Round 1. Fight.
Nope, just
Round
pure
2.
beef.
Fight.
I forget the combo, of course.
Round 3. Fight.
Well, if I can't remember 3 combos, then I can't do any damage. Or not very much.
Fight. Round 2. Fight.
No, lead shit.
Round 3. Fight. Round 4. Fight.
And that's not hit. Wrong button. Wrong button.
You lose. Get ready for the next battle. Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight.
keyboard gamer.
Round 2. Fight. Round 3. Fight. Round 4. Fight.
Bruce Less.
Final round. Fight. You win.
Wait, what game are you talking about? That doesn't sound like League. Someone needs to invent a drink that can refill itself.
Round 1. Fight.
Water can refill itself?
Round 2. Fight.
That can be cancelled? I thought I was like
Round 3.
unstaggerable.
Fight.
What? Why is this game so fucking shit, man? It's actually insane how bad this game is. No, it's not. It's the game. Unless Steam's actually down. Whenever I play this game, my Steam just fucking cuts out every... No, it's my Steam. Every time I play this game, my Steam like is DCing in and out constantly. Dude, am I gonna have a massive DC rate? What does that even do if my DC rate's high? Because this game's fucking dog shit. Is Steam down or is it just me? I think it was just me. This game like disconnects my Steam or something.
Kazama. Jin Kazama. Get ready for the next battle.
Linus was born to be a miner. Up,
Get
3,
ready
4.
for the next battle. Round 1. Fight.
What does that do? That's pretty good. It's not crossplay, it's my Steam disconnecting.
Round 3. Fight.
Oh yeah, get me back on this side, dude. No! Get me off of this side.
Round 4. Fight.
Fuck. Yeah, it's poo-poo Yemen. I'm alive! I thought I was dead. I wasn't. Okay, that's good. I thought I was dead.
You win.
今度こそ二人を救ってみせる。風間流の技お見せします。
Round 1. Fight.
I did that? Oh, that was an accident.
2. Fight.
Oh shit, an achievement. Oh, I should probably put my camera on the left if I'm playing on the left. Ooh, he's mad.
Round 3. Fight.
Oh, I messed it up. Oh my god. There's something with that move. I cannot do it on online. I can only do that move on offline.
Round 4. Fight.
Yeah, give me on this side. Oh, right in the block. I just can't help but walk into those.
Final round. Fight. You win.
Oh shit, I'm climbing.
Get ready for the next battle.
How did I do that? Oh, like that.
Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight.
I can't do it now. shit, I've never had it go down this long before.
Round 2. Fight. Round 3. Fight. Round 4. Fight. Time up.
Poo-poo.
Round 1. Fight.
Why?
Get ready for the next battle.
Holy shit, this game is so fucking bad. Or maybe Wi-Fi will go better.
Get ready for the next battle.
I don't think I've played against this guy.
Accept the defeat.
Is he supposed to be standing like that?
Get ready
Nice.
for the next battle.
That's pretty good.
Get ready for the next battle.
Who's talking to me? This loading screen isn't giving me hope.
Round 1. Fight. Round 2. Fight.
God damn it.
Oh. Round 3.
Why do you sing?
Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight. Final round.
The entire B movie. Oh, did you see that? That was dirty.
You win.
大事な人を守るために
How fucking high do the ranks go in this game? There's like 800 ranks.
Get ready for the next battle. next battle.
Chicken surfer.
後悔は残さないようにしましょう。排除します。
Hey, that's not the booba one.
Round 1. Fight. Round 2. Fight.
Only 29.
Round 3. Fight. Round 4. Fight.
Have you heard about Smash Bros? I think you just made a lot of fighting games players really mad. Round 1. Fight. Think I got it. That hat reminds me of Reddit.
Round 2. Fight. Round 3. Fight.
Playing on keyboard.
You win.
大事な人を守るために。
I'm on my game
Get
now.
ready for the next
Except now
battle.
next fight I'm gonna get bodied, but you know, it's whatever.
Get ready for the next battle.
Dude, I'm gonna lose 8 million points if I lose this guy. He's way below my
残
level.
さないようにしましょう
Round 1. Fight. Round 2. Fight.
I just can't help but walk into that. I think I hit him.
もろもろのまがこと罪汚れ清めましょう儚いものね
Round 3. Fight.
Anime fighting games? I haven't really played them enough to know. I might be dead.
Oh. Round 4. Fight. You win.
大事な人を守るために
I think the closest thing to an anime fighting game I've played was Marvel vs. Capcom 2.
Round
But
1.
I don't know if they're even
Fight.
similar. Was that a GameStop pre-made?
Round 2. Fight.
Am I dead? Oh, I'm dead. Oh, never mind. Got nut crushed.
Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight.
It's a mask. Oh god, wrong shit. I don't think it's stuttering for me. Oh shit.
You win.
Holy shit, I'm on a roll!
Get ready for the next battle. Get ready for the next battle.
Cracky Chan? That's his name. Oh, I wasn't sure if I was covering it or not.
Round 1. Fight.
Holy shit, this guy's gaming.
Round 2. Fight.
Wrong buttons. This guy's dead.
Round 3. Fight.
And I'm dead. Or not.
Round 4.
Isn't is power just how much you've played? Correlated with main rank.
Final round. Fight.
Oh, that was awkward. Oh, the bait of all time. Holy shit, I actually beat him.
You win.
今度こそ二人を救ってみせる。
That was the mind games. A regular thing? I don't know. I'll probably play a little bit every night till league start or something.
後悔は
Pretty
残さない
fun.
ようにしましょう。
Round 1. Fight. Round 2. Fight. Round 3. Fight.
Alright, that was not that I did not deserve that win, but
Fight.
did I hit that? Oh.
もろもろの我がこと罪消
Close ones, close ones.
You win.
Holy shit, it's the climb today. 20k ward build.
Get ready for the next battle. Get ready for the next battle.
I like that nameplate thing. Holy panty shot.
Round 1. Fight.
Alright.
Round 2. Fight. Round 3. Fight.
She's too fast!
You lose.
君が悪い女だ。ここで退場してもらおう。後悔は残さないようにしましょう。
Round 1. Fight. Round 2. Fight. Round 3. Fight.
Why doesn't it work? Stupid lag or something, I don't know. Sims. Anaya.
Round 4. Fight.
stop blocking too early. Shit just keeps going, dude. I'm dead. Dude, shit just keeps going, it never ends.
君が悪い女だ。ここで退場してもらおう。
Get ready for the next battle.
Yeah, online fighting games is pretty impressive, though. People say this one's one of the shittier games in terms of... Neckhead.
Get ready for the next battle.
This feels pretty fine, though.
Round 1. Fight.
This guy needs to put some pants on. What the fuck? Are my hands on the wrong keys or something? What the fuck's happening? Jesus Christ.
KO. Round 2. Fight. Round 3. Fight. You win.
落ち着いたようね。しばらくいい子にしていてね。傷つけたくはないけれど、おとなしくさせないと。
Round 1. Fight. Round 2. Fight.
Son of a bitch, why am I fucking that up, man?
Round 3. Fight. Fight.
Dude, I'm fucking everything up now. The ping's too low.
KO. Round 4. Fight. You lose.
Stupid panda.
Round 1. Fight. Round 2. Fight.
Button didn't work, lag, back again.
Round 3. Fight.
Booty bop the bear.
Round 4. Fight.
Nice. You jinxed
Final
me.
round. Fight.
Fuck. What is that?
しばらくいい子にしていてね。
Get ready for the next battle.
Oh, I want to get a really bad Wi-Fi match. And what if I should increase or decrease the strictness of matchmaking and see the worst Wi-Fi battle I can get.
Round 1. Fight.
Oh shit, Paul looks like Paul this cat.
Round 2. Fight.
Oops.
Round 3. Fight. I'll show you. Round 4. Fight. You lose. No pain, no gain. Round 1. Fight. Round 2. Fight.
I fucked it up, dude.
Round 3.
The roaches are out. I just can't stop not blocking long enough. It's just not possible. I just gotta stop. Alright, let me rephrase. I just can't stop letting him hit me.
Round 4. Fight. Final round. Fight.
I just can't stop. Alright, that's enough of that. Does that count as a disconnect, or is the game smart enough to know? Yeah, I don't know. I just hit the certain point of playing where I started to be a fucking dumbass. I don't think the people I played against actually got better, I just got worse. Alright. It's a dock leave. It's time for garlic phone and Discord, I guess. Yeah, no more Last Epoch till next season.